Shall I repeat that all? Okay, I'll go back to, I have strong reservations with 12 as it's quite subjective in nature. All right, just to summarize, 18, again, the concerns with regards to personal opinions and biases of individual users, or groups of users that do not reflect the official township policy. Again, in a lot of times there's gray area. We don't know what the official township policy is at that point in time. And I previously mentioned that I have concerns with regards to the investigation process. We, as counselors, are bound by confidentiality when we have conversations with our integrity commissioner. But that confidentiality becomes broken the minute you go into our email system and read our emails. So how do we reconcile that? How do we maintain confidentiality in emails that pertain to IC issues when we have IT snooping in our emails looking for whatever it is that they're looking for because of some investigation that was deemed to be allowed by senior management staff? Thank you.
Through you, the chair. Just to clarify, the IT staff are not going to be snooping through emails unless there's a formal investigation process that's been unfolded. For council, the integrity commissioner would surely be involved in such thing when it comes to you guys yourselves. So if it was confidential information between you and the integrity commissioner, they would already be privy to that information, of course, because you were with them having that conversation. But yeah, I just want to make it very clear that the investigations is an investigation piece. We're not going and looking in people's mailboxes, files, things of that nature. It's not ethical. So it's definitely something we would not do unless there was an investigation queued up and all the formal processes happened. Of course, with council, integrity commissioner would be involved, HR, CAO. It's not just the IT department doing these things on a whim.
So as a follow-up to that, who would be the one who initiates it and decides that it should be initiated? Is that our integrity commissioner that would endeavor to say, I feel that we should go into their inbox to review the communications, or is that staff that would endeavor to do that and notify the IC that you're going to do that? How does that logistically, happen?
I'm just going to start off, and if Mark wants to add, so through you, Mayor Couture, to Councillor Graziano. So we are specifically only speaking to formal investigations. So an investigation, not an internal investigation. This is more along the lines of if we are coming down with, and we are being asked or directed to provide what we have under our ownership, whether it be a criminal, integrity commissioner, and FIPA. Those are the investigations that we are specifically speaking to here. There really would be no need for us internally, and nor would we. We also have to uphold our own ethics as well as our own professional standards, that we would not be looking at anyone's emails for no reason.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report. Just a couple of things. At the outset of our discussion, there was some questions about the use of software like Grammarly or whatever. And I just wondered if you could comment on that in terms of the actual benefit or lack thereof. And the reason I raise it is that one of the things that I've seen and noticed is that whether it's Grammarly, whether it's even Outlook email or a Word document, it'll find a spelling error. But if you don't edit it, you may have found out that you've used the wrong word or the wrong application for a word or the wrong derivation of a word. Do you have any comment on that at all? I've noticed it quite a bit, and I was just maybe cautioning all of us not to be too reliant on software systems like that when you really need to edit your work anyway. I don't know whether others notice that, but I sure do. Thank you.
Yep. And through you, the chair, to Councillor Cooper, absolutely. At the end of the day, all these things, the AI, any software, it's a tool. We can use it to help us out and get through maybe helping us reword something, but absolutely it's not 100% correct, and that's why we need to get our eyes on these things. It could be misinterpreting what you're saying, how things are written versus in one format for a memo versus a formal report, anything like that. So I couldn't agree more. You always have to review your work. And of course, be careful of what you enter into these systems if you are using them.
Just one quick follow-up. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this also, and that is that for a lot of, I have to admit, for a lot of my email, I use a different email address than the Township of Georgian Bay. And for those that are interested, if you're concerned about access to your own personal emails, MFIPA says whether there's an investigation or not, it's you can't get at it. You can't use my personal email. No go. I've got a letter from MFIPA to that effect. So just wanted to let everybody know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands at the moment. I'm going to go back to Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. I'm just returning back to the investigations component here under page 11 of the document, or page 17 of the PDF, whichever you prefer. Down at the very bottom, it says investigations number 1. There's no mention of the IC mandating the investigation. There's one where it says MFIPA. I do see that, but I don't see any mention here. And further down, it says requests can be made by the Director of Corporate Services or clerk or designate. So that would lead one to believe that the Director of Corporate Services, clerk or designate, can request that the investigation take place. So that's not, in fact, the IC. That is the clerk or designate. So some concerns there. It also goes on to say that you have the authority to investigate our social media sites and internet usage. I'm quite perplexed by that. Our social media sites as council. So carry on.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Sorry, where's the social media site? I'm just
number
trying to skim
1
through it here.
Section, page 14.
I went
or
to
page
the,
11, sorry, number
I
1.
went to the next page there.
Township IT staff have the authority to do targeted searches on electronic messages and messaging mailboxes, server files, social media sites, and internet usage.
Yeah, so we can always adjust the investigation piece. We tried to streamline it a little bit based off of our from what we got back from the insurance provider and the Privacy Commissioner of Ontario. So we streamlined the investigation whole part there. You can see some of the redacted areas. There was one specifically for council. It was more direct, using the IC and things of that nature, based off of what the insurance provided us, stating that council, I'm paraphrasing, that council is considered staff. We streamlined this a little bit to incorporate that as staff. So we can always adjust this out, as if council is deeming they would like a separate line there, more than open to suggestion, and we can make a working document here. I'm open to that for sure.
I'm going to follow up if I may.
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe one of the recommendations is that we instruct staff to create a separate IT policy for council. And I think that that's likely going to be prudent. I just don't think a one-size-fits-all approach, which I can understand your approach, makes sense given the nuanced responsibilities between that of staff who are employees of the corporation and that of council who are non-employees of the corporation, rather perceived to be the board, and have responsibilities that go beyond that of staff by way of relationships in the community, communications that need to be confidential, and are governed by the integrity commissioner. So my strong recommendation is today, and I don't know if council wills it, that we consider that option whereby you create a separate parallel policy for council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I could make it short and just say you need a separate policy for council. But I will point out a few other things that are huge red flags. I'll kind of jump on what Councillor Graziano has said here in the world of investigations. And I'm looking at page 12 of 14 of your document, items. That's tough to see with the thing, I guess, is D, the retitled D, number 2 and 3. So it says here, requests can be made by a department director or the CAO, and approval must be provided by the manager of HR or the CAO. So to Councillor Graziano's comment, there's no IC involvement or, we'll call it third-party authority when doing searches of these things, and I find that somewhat concerning. But I'm going to go back up to 18. We are living in a world of evolving standards on communication. And item 18A says, inappropriate uses, messages that contain information which is or may be offensive or disruptive. Well, that means that if I were to send our CAO an email outlining behavior of one of the senior management team that I found to be a challenge for the township, that senior management team member would likely find it offensive. And if they heard about it, would likely be disruptive. But that's an important communication that needs to take place. So I take strong issue with that one statement, for example. Other things, section B, is probably a stronger version of item number A. But the point is, it appears in this document what we are trying to do is limit our ability to engage in serious communication. And this world of, oh, it's offensive. Well, as we've seen a million times, I can say something and you may find it offensive. That's not me intending to be offensive, but that's you interpreting it to be offensive. Well, I can't control the way you interpret it. But what's important is that we have the ability to have strong communication with our CAO or others in the organization. And I find that this is going down a path of constraint. And we're back to, the comment that Councillor Graziano has already commented on, who polices these interpretations. In other words, so far, I've seen that a department head or the CAO with HR will do that. Well, I'm sorry, that's not valid from my perspective. That may be valid from an employee perspective, but that's not valid. We are not employees of the township. So I think we need to be very aware of a difference and a segregation of need, and we are more like consultants. And I could do my job with zero access to anything at the township that a resident, anything more than a resident has access to. I can show up for closed session and they can tell me everything I want or need in closed session. And 100% of all the other information that I need to do my job, I can get from a public web, as can any resident in our township. So we've been given these computers which now put us into this risk position, but we don't need them. We don't need them to do our jobs. So I think we need to definitely rethink this whole process, perhaps approve something for employees, but we are not employees, and I can't make that position strong enough. Thank you.
Ms. Radigan.
Thank you, Mayor Couture, and through you to Councillor Hazelton. I just wanted to comment on some of your comments or questions as well. So under the investigation piece, the reason why we do have CAO or HR involved, because the majority of these issues would be staff related. And if it's easier, I think it would make complete sense to add a specific to a council, that it would have to be directed by a third party, such as an integrity commissioner or other type of external investigation. So I don't see that being a complete issue there, but staff, senior management would be involved if it was staff. And that could be just from, if there are, let's say, complaints from staff to staff, you would want your department head to be involved. Under section 12, I believe, section 18 for inappropriate uses of electronic messaging. I think from the aspect of what senior management or IT is looking at, we're looking at just ensuring that any employees or anyone that comes on board ensures that they have respectful communication. Definitely it can be strong, but the goal is it should always be respectful. I think to any individual or staff that we do provide an electronic device, it is a representation of the municipality. So we want to ensure that they communicate respectfully internally as well as externally. And simply that's really the purpose of that statement, is to ensure that they understand that they are representing the township as a whole. And in terms of, I'm hoping that Mr. Jones can help me outline what access council would have with just having a laptop.
If I could follow up before we go on to that. I hear what you're saying. I do not disagree with that from an employee perspective, but I think there's a bunch of wording in here that needs expanding on. So for example, back in 18A, messages that contain information, which is, okay, now is that a message that I send to the CAO that the senior management team member might find offensive or disruptive, but I'm not sending it to that person, I'm sending it to the CAO. So, that is not clear, and I can interpret it multiple ways. By the way, I'm not suggesting we go in and nitpick on every phrase and clause in here, because I think, from an employee standpoint, and I've been an employee most of my life, so I understand these kinds of things, but further clarification. Page 9 of 14 on item number 3 at the bottom. Township retains ownership in and shall have exclusive control over blah, blah, blah. Electronic messages sent to or received from user's township email address. Okay, it needs to be further clarified. Now, for an employee, it doesn't matter. But for consultants, it does matter. And I think that if we were to try to take your document, which is, I think, fairly robust and mature for employees, I would say approve that for employees. Let's not get into the nitpicking of what we need to do to understand the differences of consultants, counselors, and how these things don't apply to our interactions.
Just a quick response to that. So I think part of the report also did include from our perspective, unfortunately, we do have to consider council has staff. Insurance does, and FIPA has provided us with a statement that when council are conducting business using township devices, that data is owned by the township. So unfortunately, that's the perspective that we have to take. We do look at council and staff as users of our devices. And that's the clarification that we did receive from both MPIPA as well as our insurance providers.
I don't want to get into an endless debate on this, but if I don't use a township device, then it's moot. And any email that I send that is township business, I'll do that through my township email. Everything else is non-township email. So I am not conducting or acting like an employee of the township. And that seems to be an area where there could be a lot of clarification in documents like this. So I think we should look at it much more simply and binary. And
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Using technology, wonderful. I'm finding myself in agreement with Councillor Haston as to the subjective nature that is part and parcel of any, I'll say judgment, but measure with regards to offensive or disruptive messaging, derogatory, defamatory, threatening, or whatever. In this day and age, communication is changing dramatically. What people found acceptable years ago, or will find acceptable today, would not have been acceptable 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. And I find it concerning that there's going to be somebody passing judgment on whether a communication qualifies into any of these categories. I don't know what the best way is around that, but I do find it difficult. As IT have found out recently, I use my computer for council business only, which means, of course, darn thing shut down on me because I use it once a month, which is fine by me. I will do other stuff on my other computer. If it's township related, I do it on the township website. So I presume it's fully accessible by those within the township if they require that information. Like Councillor Hazelton, I use my GBT email for any specific council email business that I do. I mean, we all have different guidelines within our own jurisdictions as to how we do things, and I think that's a difficult one to measure and to do anything about. And which I'm trying to get at the point that I'm worried about having a second phone, to be honest with you, because I'll probably forget it when I need it. I'm not sure how we get around doing this, but because of the way this is worded, there is too much subjectivity in some of the work that would be done, and I would be very concerned with that. And it's a fact of life, but it's an issue.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I'm feeling a little confused by some of the comments and the concerns about the wording in sections 12 and 18. In my experience dealing with these things, these are supposed to mirror the safe and respectful workplace policies that the organization has, like the code of conduct and whatever other workplace harassment policies we have. And these statements really should be mirroring that. What this document is saying is that your behavior that is subject to the code of conduct and workplace harassment policies is also reflective in your activity online. It's not more than that. The subjectivity that is there is because the person who's receiving the feedback, the message, they're subjectively receiving it and are the ones that would be deciding whether or not they find it offensive or not. So there isn't a bar for that. That's something that would eventually go to, I suspect, the head of HR, Ms. Buchanan, or to the CAO for an evaluation of whether or not they thought that met the bar and needed further clarification. So whether this happens electronically or a face-to-face conversation, I'm not sure I see the difference. I think we're really just extending that code of conduct policy to make sure that people are aware that it is covered by your electronic communications. And otherwise, we do use these devices. I know from an audit perspective, I think I mentioned this the other time we reviewed it, there are guidelines that these organizations rely on, a tone that takes place that people are using electronic devices responsibly so that we're not responding to spam. We have the cybersecurity training going on that should be enlightening everybody about what the responsibilities of the individual are for helping protect the data and to keep the systems running without getting hacked or infected by viruses. Do we need to separate out the investigative section? Probably that would be useful, but I think if people are looking at this, it really is an overall tone, and it's a tone from the top to make sure people are trying to use their computers respectfully, and I don't think it's anything different than what you would see in a boilerplate organized policy across the board. So yes, we need to tweak it for some of the council responsibilities and investigations, but typically the investigations or the responses to different behaviors and activities is very standard, and I don't think we need to pick that part apart. Thank you.
Thank you. I think right now there are, in front of us are two options. One option is to basically approve this and go forward. The second one is to separate council from this and approve it for staff. And there's no question in my mind, based on what I'm hearing from most of this council, we'll be going for option two, which is to separate council from this standard staff. You've already spoken in round one, sir. You were the first one who spoke. I had you down as.
No, Pochek spoke first. He referenced the stuff.
Yes. Well, and there, at this point, I have Bochek, Graziano, and Cooper for round two, but I'd like to make a few comments first. Sir, I'm not trying to slight you. Honest. No, I'm trying to follow these rules. Yeah, it could be. I'm not trying to be offensive. And I'm going to ask the HR department if you can just correct me if I ever am offensive, please. I understand that whether we like it or not. I mean, when I say we, the big we, council, staff, the world, the devices that belong to the township and the information on that is township information, not our personal information, and it's accessible to people who launch investigations, and depending upon who's launching the investigation, depending upon their legal advice, depending upon their level of authority in our world, we can come up with any defense we want, and they may walk over it, they may not, and that's the nature of public service, in effect. Having said that, I do myself have a little bit of concern with Section 18 in that it says generally message or messages. It doesn't say to or from. It doesn't give context. And so when I look at, for instance, 18D, messages that reflect the personal opinions of an individual. Well, I'm willing to bet, and I'm just going to pick on the planning department for a moment, I'm willing to bet the planners debate things before they make a report. And so that debate may include opinions, personal opinions, and I don't think that should be, I think that's perfectly appropriate that employee A says to employee B, I think we should put a full stop to this. Employee B says, I think we should let it happen. So I think we have to be careful because we want staff, we want, and council to be able to express their opinions. But I think we have to be very, as council knows, each one of us individually has our own opinions. But once council passes a resolution, then we support the resolution. We're not to go out there and say, I think council's an idiot. Even if we think it, we're not allowed to go out there and basically say it. And so I'm a little bit concerned about, let me call it the context of this. I mean, I fully get that, on your personal device, you really don't want a staff member to be spending a lot of time on an offensive site that most people or most of the community would consider offensive based on their the topic, the political angle, whatever. I mean, we don't want staff spending time or equipment doing that. I get that. But I think we have to be a little bit careful that we rule out, let me call it, regular conversation between staff members in their doing their job. And that's where I found, as an example, 18D concerning. Having said that, I mean, I think a lot of the comment you have heard already and we'll hear in round 2 is regarding council versus staff. And I'm going to encourage council, as we discuss this, to qualify your remarks with, okay, this is for the staff report, or this is for the council, future council report, because I suspect that's the direction we're going to be going, is to having a separate council policy. And that discussion will have to even include such things as, should council be issued computers? And if they're not issued computers, how do we control their use of the email address, at GB Township? How do we put them on screen here? Do we have to order cameras for everybody or something like that? We have to have that kind of discussion for council, and I don't want to get too far down that road. I think today we should try to see whether or not we can agree to, with some fine tuning, a policy for staff, and then also what we'd like to see different if there's a policy for council. And with that, I'm going to go to round 2. And Councillor Bocek, I had you on the top of the list for round 2.
Thank you for recognizing me. So I want to kind of preface this by saying I read this report and I read it over and over and over again. And I'm a type of person that doesn't bring problems. I bring solutions. I try to find solutions. So in my way of thinking here, after reading this report, I went out and bought myself a new laptop, and I'm going to retire my Commodore 64 at home. And the only problem I see happening moving forward is we need a separate policy for council, which is, I think, is what you were looking for, that is different than staff, because we are different than staff. And if that's not to happen, and if this were to move forward the way it is, I would simply suggest to you that you give every council member here the ability on our website to post our personal email addresses instead of our township email addresses. Because the general public, when they reach out to their councillor, go to the website and they find the email that they're supposed to respond to. Now, my constituents have been exposed to scrutiny of somebody looking at what they're saying. I don't care if you look at what I'm saying. I'm responsible for my actions. But when you investigate and look at an email, you're reading what my constituents said as well. So I have a real problem with that, and that's why I would take all of my communications with my constituents offline from my township email and use my personal email, as was suggested earlier today. I don't want my constituents exposed to the scrutiny of our IT department and looking at what they're saying. So I've come up with my own solution. It's just dependent on a policy within the township that they will publish my personal email on the township website instead of my email, if it goes ahead the way it's written here. If we come up with a separate policy for council members, then we can address those issues in the separate policy for council members. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure what happened with my hand and why it bounced me off. So contrary to my earlier statement with regards to separating out the two policies, I in fact think that there's no need to even have a council policy, and allow me to elaborate on that. My fellow councillor here, Councillor Hazelton, brought up an interesting question. Who polices this? And in thinking of that question, it dawned on me that our integrity commissioner already has the jurisdiction to police our email communication. She already is the one that oversees our email communication to determine whether or not we are good councillors or bad councillors. And if we are the latter, then we get our hands slapped and potentially 3 months of our honorariums withheld because of it. And so this begs the question, why endeavor to waste staff's time developing a policy around counsel when it's already there? I mean, it's already codified in our code of conduct. We just simply need to be instructed on, if we are issued a laptop, what websites we can visit and what websites we can't, or what applications we can install and how to install them. But aside from that, when it comes to policing our behavior, the police officer is already there. Which then leads me to my next comment. If we endeavor to outline a policy that would then be added to our code of conduct, then unfortunately, counselors, we need to be very specific and not leave anything to be subjectively interpreted, because this could very well be weaponized against us in future. Okay? I'd hate to say that, but if we don't make sure that everything is qualified and clearly outlined, well, then we know that in ambiguity lies problems. So with that said, again, I come back full circle to the question around, do we even need a policy for counsel? And if so, it likely is just going to be, how do we interact with our device and not how we police ourselves and investigations. With that said, there's also this thought of my mind is we also have to consider the use. And I'm going to draw a reference to our permits. Today we have two options. You can either apply for a permit and go through the permit process, in which case in the past I've heard constituents say it's incredibly cumbersome and really tough to navigate. And as a result, they endeavored to build without a permit and then take the aftermath as it is. Or alternatively, we forego the permit process and do as I just mentioned, which is essentially build and hope for the best. Well, if we make this too restrictive for counselors, well, then counselors are going to look at a way around working with the municipality, i.e., as Councillor Bocek advised, using his own email address. So if you want us to use the branding, if you want us to actually work with the municipality, I think we have to consider that and say this should be an ease of use, not a how restrictive can we make this to ensure that every cybersecurity insurance company in the world jumps for joy to underwrite us, okay? Because I think there's a possibility here of over-engineering a policy, and I suspect that's likely where we're going so far. Lastly, on the topic of over-engineering, now this pertains to the staff policy, not the council policy, as our mayor has asked us to differentiate. It brings up a question around recruitment and retention. Being in the discipline that I have, I've seen time and time again people resign just because of over-engineered IT policies. You know, if people feel too constrained, as our mayor kind of articulated with regards to a stifling opinion and not being able to even interact with another person because they then point the finger and say, you're being a bully to me, well, then we're not going to have diversity of thought. And as a result of that, we suffer as an organization, and we likely are going to have attrition issues that follow that. So food for thought. Lastly on that, I do want to identify a conflict that supports this all, and I want to wrap it up by supporting it by giving you a good example. Our workplace harassment policy says that as part one, you need to notify the person that is harassing you that they in fact are harassing you. Well, that recipient of that email, when someone says, hey, I think you're harassing me, may perceive that as in itself abusive language. And as a result, then have a concern and bring it to the attention of their manager, who then endeavors to investigate their emails and finds out that, in fact, that was a fake claim, or perhaps there was validity to it. So as you can see, this can snowball and manifest into something much larger and then cause personnel issues as well as retention and HR problems. So I think we really need to get this straight and right on the non-council side, but then again, I question whether we even need one for council, given that our integrity commissioner already looks at our emails and can investigate our emails if in the event that someone says we've been bad counselors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I may hold off on my comments until the CAO returns, or maybe I'll just start a little bit. I am very sympathetic to the objective of being respectful. We all need to be respectful with everybody here. So can we legislate that? Not so sure. Hopefully we can just learn to be respectful with each other. But respectful, and then there's making sure that something isn't weaponized, and that's where it's a different matter. And I think we need to avoid our systems being used to be weaponized, whether it's my device or township's device. To me, is somewhat immaterial. I've got 2 computers here right now, 2 laptops. One's the township's, one's my own. I get my 2 different emails at both locations. So what the hell? I don't care who owns the piece of equipment. It's ridiculous. So I think that is worthy of taking note. I will also note to everyone that I told the district in 2014 that I would like to receive my emails on my personal email address. That's where they send it. Anything that goes into the district of Muskoka gets forwarded to cooperbrainware@gmail.com. That's where I read 90% of my emails. So I understand what Councillor Bochek is talking about and others. As far as council is concerned, I think we need to really sit back and think about whether we need anything at all, or if we do, it may not be exactly the same as the one for staff. We are consultants, we're not employees. And to have, sort of oversight, as has been pointed out, we do have the integrity commissioner. I don't believe the staff are going to have, or I would allow the staff to have oversight of me any more than I expect to have oversight of them. I talk to the CAO if I have an issue. So I don't want to see the tail wagging the dog here, so we have to be very careful. And I've seen a little bit too much of the tail wagging the dog. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Just want to point out that comments by councillors Graziano and Pretko have sort of opened my eyes to a few things. I'm finding myself somewhat in agreement with their comments. My only issue now is, I presume having a common computer is a great assistance in council meetings and having some consistency for communication in Zoom meetings and stuff like that. I don't know what the complications are there. Prior to having these computers, I had my own and it worked just fine in exactly the situation. And quite often, even on a remote meeting, I'll use my other computer just because it's more convenient for me at that time. If staff or the IC, I guess it would be in the case of the IC, needs my email information from my GBT email account, there's accessibility no matter what device I use to access that email. I presume the same that would apply whether I'm using my computer or this computer. If it's GBT email, it's accessible, right? And I can accept that. There's a code of conduct in place for us. I understand that. I still have my own concerns about the subjectivity of what harassment, derogatory comments, all that stuff is, but that's a fact of life I think we all have to live with for now. But I think given our code of conduct, given the things that we already have in place, do we need to further complicate it with this type of a policy for a council and maybe even for staff? We've already got no instruments in place to safeguard against a lot of this stuff. Does it need to be enshrined in our electronics as well? Just a general question.
Through you, the chair. I hear your point that it's following suit with all those other code of conduct policies, and it's just making point directly to the electronic systems. I think it's needed in there, to be honest with you, because it's a slightly different area. It's getting back into more specifics and narrowing down on the actual electronic messaging systems rather than just a code of conduct. Otherwise, it just leaves more doors open or windows open for interpretation of the policy.
Just follow up then, of course, I mean, if we're using, social media is a significant venue for people to voice, vent, whatever. There are some of us who choose not to use social media at all. And I mean, that's another issue entirely. And of course, you'd have no control at all over anybody's use of social media. I don't see how you could access any of those platforms. So I still have trouble with this. I mean, there's easy access. I think I've got this right. If it's RGBT email, you guys can access that email account for information should it be required. Am I correct in that regard?
If the investigation was called, yeah. Yep.
So that's easy. The problem becomes a personal email, and that becomes, I mean, up till now, it's been our determination whether anything in our personal email is legitimate to a specific complaint, and up to us to decide whether it's going to be accessible or not, correct?
That's the correspondence we received from the insurance provider is that it's case by case.
Yeah.
So if an investigation was sprung and you were using personal device, they would have that conversation, have that investigation with yourself. I believe if they don't require your device, your personal device, there is some legal paperwork that you need to sign saying that there is nothing on that device. Again, I haven't been involved in that particular scenario, and they don't disclose case-by-case information because it's confidential. At the end of the day, it's possible that your personal device could be taken as an investigation. It's not a guarantee, and that's kind of that gray area that it is possible. I know we've had reports from other counselors that they did not have to forego their personal device. Again, a confidential case that's closed and they can't share that information. So my understanding is they could take that personal device to investigate.
Yeah, I know. I mean, a court of law could determine that, and that's happened. Where
right
in the political field, people's devices have been seized in order to look at Facebook postings, personal email postings, etc. But that comes down to case by case. But generally speaking, access to our GBT email is something that's part of the process anyway. And that's why we have it. And I don't have an issue with that. That makes sense to me. I mean, so I'm not sure that we're gaining any ground here with this. I understand what you're trying to do. But if we already have a bunch of instruments in place that basically cover a lot of the terrain, is it just not, it seems a little bit redundant, I guess, in a manner of speaking, but redundancies are, I don't know, they're built in a lot of different things as well. Yes.
That's right.
Thank you, Mayor Cousineau, and through you to Councillor Jarvis. I guess you could consider it redundant. It should just be they do go hand in hand, and they should go hand in hand. But with cybersecurity these days, we are being asked to provide additional measures to ensure that we have the policies in place, that we are training our staff. And those are what is going to be guiding us in terms of the level of cybersecurity insurance we are able to get. Insurance companies are not out there wanting to insure workplaces that or provide them with a level of insurance if you're not meeting the standards that they require, simply because cyber attacks among municipalities are becoming the norm. And so I don't look at it as a redundant policy. I just look at it as something that should go hand in hand with our code of conduct and any other ethics policies that we have in place.
So they want an assurance to provide insurance.
Councillor Hazelton.
Is it me already?
Yeah.
Awesome. What I would like staff to think in context is this. As a counselor, if I come to a meeting here, I am actually need zero different permissions than a resident who is coming in and given, promoted to an attendee or whatever the right terminology is. So I can do my job as a resident with no township technology at my fingertips. I have 100% access to the same things that they have, whether it's a resident, a public, anybody in the public, a contractor who doesn't need access to township, systems and file systems and everything else. So, just bluntly, if you were to put a policy like this in place for council, then I'd just say, fine, no technology, give me nothing. I'm going to be a public resident of the township, and I can do my job with all of those permissions. I don't need anything else. So we are running around here talking about a policy for councillors when the residents could do everything I'm doing and everything that I need to do. And if I need other information, staff are going to give it to me in a closed session. So why are we even talking about a policy for council? Because we don't need these computers and we don't need access to anything at the township. And if you want to give me access to a GBT email address, fine. I'm quite happy to use that, knowing full well that you'll have access to everything that goes on there. But guess what? The only time I'm going to use that is when I'm liaising with staff members on an official township matter or residents on an official township matter, which is exactly when it should be used. So I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. I think that we need to pass this thing for employees and recognize that councillors need nothing. No technology, nothing. And in fact, if my residents heard that we were going to be spending, first of all, they were horrified that we were spending money on new laptops for everybody. If we're going to go out and buy cell phones for everybody, like, they'll be horrified. What a waste of money. You don't need it. Like, that's the wrong path.
Clerk Way, I think you wanted to step in on this conversation.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's been a lot of comments about access to emails and information. I just wanted to note that the Code of Conduct is intended to set a high standard of conduct for members in order to provide good governance and a high level of public confidence in the administration of the township and its members and its duly elected public representatives to ensure that they each operate from a foundation of integrity, transparency, justice, truth, honesty, and courtesy. If, as an elected official, the intent is to uphold the principles of the Code of Conduct, then your emails about township business are a matter of municipal record, the same as any member of staff. In regards to your social media accounts, the Code further notes that members shall perform their duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that promotes public confidence, and that will bear close public scrutiny. Further, you are to accurately communicate the decisions of council in respect to council's decision-making processes, even when you may disagree with the ultimate determination and rulings. You are to refrain from making disparaging comments about another member or unfounded accusations about the motives of another member. Same is the member shall not publicly criticize staff, and should a member have any issue with respect to a staff member, such issue shall be referred to the CAO to address the matter. The technology, email devices, etc., are all to serve the obligations of a councillor to be open and transparent and accountable to the public. I've heard references to a letter that was received by the IPC stating that no access to personal emails is permitted. I can assure you that this is circumstantial, and as an elected official, your emails from a personal email account or a municipal email account, your emails that relate to any township business are in fact subject to MVIPA. For example, I can, state a case most recently from the town of Gravenhurst regarding the mayor's emails regarding a staff member from last year, for example, in order MA 20-00434. All of this policy is enforcing the technological impacts that are already there for members of council and staff and how we are to maintain transparency and open and good governance to the public. These devices serve as a tool to ensure that we can manage the information produced and received by the public. Of course, there is exceptions to constituent emails and content within constituent emails being released via MFIPA. All we are trying to do is solidify what is already in place, what is already standard across the province for members of council and members of staff. That's what this policy is trying to do. And all it is doing is following up on other documentation and policies and bylaws we have in place on the standards and ethical behavior of our staff and our members of council.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of comments with regards to our clerk and her statements. First and foremost, I believe the Supreme Court of Canada has identified that the Charter of Rights, our Charter of Freedoms, supersede our role as councillors, and that at no time when we took the oath of council did we in any way, shape, or form seek to waive our Charter rights and freedoms. And as such, we have the right to our opinion. And that opinion can be posted on Facebook, on X, on any social media site without us being in any way, shape, or form deemed to be in conflict, because it is our right. It is our right to opinion and is our charter right. I know this firsthand because I've had lengthy conversations with my lawyer on this. I'd be prepared to challenge this. If our township were to endeavor to identify a post that they don't like and come after me with the integrity commissioner because of a post I don't like, I'd take this right up to court. Because again, I did not at any time set aside my charter rights in order to act as a councillor and represent my constituency. Second to that, I think there is a valid question with respect to what Councillor Hazelton has presented to us. We here don't get to cherry pick when council is an employee and when council is not an employee. We hear this time and time again. We don't get to direct staff because we're not part of this corporation. We don't get the same pension that staff do because we're not a part of this corporation. We are third parties, and I've heard time and time again, and I can drop a couple of emails that I've received where it says that I'm no different than Joe Average coming off the street, okay? And if that is the case, then I expect the same respect and the same courtesy and the same investigation as Joe Average off the street. Does my constituent have to adhere to our township email policies? No. Why do I then? If I've been told via email, and I will pull that up, the email and circulate to council, that I'm no different than Joe Average, why do I get special treatment and why do I have to be bound by a township policy? So it was a rhetorical question, but lastly, with regards to where I see this being an issue, again, I'm going to come back full circle and say, yes, if you want to tell us what we need to do and how to ensure that we are mitigating phishing or scams or breaches, fine. I'm happy to receive a policy and review a policy that says these are best practices. This is what we expect you to do in order to mitigate that exposure. But what I'm not prepared to hear is that you can investigate me for Facebook or emails that go beyond what the Integrity Commissioner already has her jurisdiction within and within our code of conduct. With that said, I have a question to staff. If I were to endeavor to give you my laptop today, I'm assuming that we can put a general statement on anyone who sends an email to this account saying, please contact Councillor Graziano at his personal email address. Is that correct? Or do we need to draft a policy and bring it before council that says that our municipality posts our personal email addresses rather than our GB Township email addresses? So similar to Councillor Cooper with the District of Muskoka that redirects all of the emails back to his personal email address. Can we not do that within our municipality? And if not, then I think it's time that we consider bringing a policy forward that says we can, because I really don't want this laptop after today's conversation. And if we're going to go down a policy with this, it's just not something I'm interested in holding on to. So that's a question. Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Physically, both options are possible. It's a matter of how we want to handle the situation at hand moving forward, I think, the policy itself.
Well, then I'll leave the top here tonight, and I'll endeavor to start using my personal email address. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to our IT department, I know you were hoping to bring this to council, bring this report to council and you know, try and get some sort of approval to appease the insurance folks. But without separating out council from staff, I'm not willing to support this going to council. And we may have to bring it back to Cal in a different form. But just so you know where this councillor stands, I will not be recommending this to go to council as it stands today. Thank you.
For the benefit of Councillor Bochek and other councillors, I'm going to read option 2. I'm not calling the vote, just for everybody's information. Option 2 would read, moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the report regarding the information technology acceptable use policy be received, and that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council the following. Option 2, that Council approve the information technology acceptable use policy for employees and volunteers, and that staff prepare an information technology use policy for members of Council, and that Council provide feedback and input into that policy. So option 2 separates a staff policy from a council policy. Whether or not that council policy is next to nothing or as elaborate, it would be up to the staff to recommend sometime in the future. Okay. Councillor Hazelton.
Given that the recommended language also covers contractors, I think you want to put the word contractors in there, employees, contractors, and volunteers, because it explicitly talks about contractors in the proposed wording of the policy.
Thank you. I've added those and contractors in because I think good. Councillor Cooper.
I think that's a good addition, but I would also suggest that, you know, I don't think we just need to throw this over the fence back to staff. I think our staff need to consult with their council.
Yeah, well, and it says, and that council provides feedback and input.
After they present something to us, I'm saying before.
Well, I think that's partly what we're doing today. Are we
Well,
not?
this is a start of it,
Yeah.
yes, but pick up the phone maybe. Might be a good idea.
They may.
Thank you.
Any other comments, or have we done enough of this for today? Okay, so I have moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Be it resolved that the report regarding the information technology acceptable use policy be received, and that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council the following. That Council approves information technology acceptable use policy for employees, contractors, and volunteers, and that staff prepare an information technology use policy for members of Council, and that Council provide feedback and input into the policy. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. And now we're going to move on to public docs. Ms. King, over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Committee of the Whole. Josh is just going to help me with my PowerPoint because he's much quicker clicking than I am. So I'm here today to discuss the docks bylaw. It's the swimming and fishing prohibitions. So in July Council, I said that we would review the docks and make individual suggestions as to what we believed would be applicable, and look at the fine amounts as well. Or you want? We'll come back to the PowerPoint. I'll just get past it. So we'll talk about the fine amounts and wording suggestions. So right now, the current fine is for fishing and swimming in a is $250. I suggested either one, we can change it to $150, or my other suggestion is two, that we add a new prohibition, which would read, no person shall use a public dock or launch ramp in any manner that constitutes a nuisance or interferes with normal use of the public docks and launching of ramps and boats, and have an associated fine of $250. I feel that would be a good alternative to keep that situation for dangerous, use of the docks, and that's interfering with the boatings, and that would solve the intent of when I brought this forward in front of council. There's also suggested wording changing, because the current bylaw just says no fishing or swimming on the docks. There's suggested wording we would add in where signs are posted, and that's where we're going to discuss through each of the individual dock areas to see if we're on the same page as what we believe should be there. So Josh is there now. So I broke it down by ward. So the first one that we looked at here is, yeah, you're good. So Kilty Bay boat launch. This is just down in MacTier. So we said no to swimming and yes to fishing. And so there would be one sign required there. So I assume it's okay if we can just kind of work through them as we go. If anyone has no, objection to what I've suggested, then we can I'll make note and we'll have the discussion as we go. If that works.
I'm going to suggest to my council as we go through this, if you have any thoughts, just speak up. Don't wait for my recognition as she goes through, because otherwise I'm going to be doing my head like this all the time. So,
Perfect.
And if nobody speaks up, please carry on.
We'll keep going. That sounds great. Okay. So Miners Bay boat launch. This is the small dock is right across from the parking lot. So I said no fishing and no swimming. I don't think anyone would probably want to swim there anyway, because there's quite a lot of weeds, but that was my suggestion there, and there'd be two signs required there. Good. And then, so this is the wharf at the end of the road where most of the boat traffic's coming in, and the marina's right there as well. And I said again there, no swimming or no fishing. I feel it's a pretty busy, active area, and the boats are coming in. You wouldn't want someone to get hit there. And then again, the signs required, I believe, are two there. Stewart Lake Beach, I divided this a little bit, and Josh, go forward. So swimming, obviously in the swim area, only in designated areas. So there is a buoy line there. There is, a ladder off the side. So obviously that would be appropriate. And then fishing there as well.
Corinne, I do have a question. Allowing fishing and swimming at the same time is a little bit counterintuitive in my mind. Should we be allowing both at any of these one locations as opposed to allowing fishing and or swimming? Because
yeah,
I worry about people who are fishing catching the wrong thing.
I would tend to agree, and that's why I thought the swimming in designated area only, because they are there. So I would hope someone wouldn't cast into the buoyed lined area there. There's other docks, that are around, so they could fish on the other side and still do it safely. And that's where our changing in the fines, and that, like, if you were interfering with swimming or it was dangerous, that's when we would use that cause a nuisance to stop that behavior if the person didn't just go with a warning to
Thank you.
discontinue. Yep.
Please use your microphone.
This will be my only comment on this matter, is that I've never supported this from the very beginning. I grew up here. We fish, we swim, we do everything off of these docks, and I am not going to support any of this. And that's my only comment on this, so you know where I stand.
Okay. The 12-mile bay boat launch is down at the government dock, some people call it. So I said swimming, no, and fishing, yes. Good. The Bloody Bay boat launch, swimming, no, fishing, yes. The signs. Good. So Wauwatosa, so that's off Crooked Bay Road. Good gosh. So I said swimming, no, fishing, yes. Good. It's right, yeah, it's off Crooked Bay Road. So 6 Mile Marina boat launch, so off Bollocks Road. I said swimming, no, and fishing, no. I felt with the marina there, it's a pretty busy spot. I didn't feel that it would be appropriate for either of those activities. Good. South Gibson boat launch.
So I'm going to come back. I'm just going to chime in very quickly. There's the 6 Mile Lake water access that you were suggested, no swimming, but yet fishing. And because of this, I disagree.
Go back one. the
That's
next one.
25.
There you go. Ooh, yep. You got it.
No, that's not, that's 6 Mile Lake Marina. You've got also water access, 6 Mile Lake water access. No, the
There's a little one.
tennis
We're not
court.
there yet.
The tennis court on 610 Bayview
Yeah, we're
Road.
not there. Keep going.
Oh, we didn't go there? Oh,
Not
I'm
there
sorry,
yet.
guys.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
I jumped ahead. I thought we passed 6 Mile and went to Gibson Lake then. So my sincerest. But anyways, needless to say, I'm going to echo Councillor Bochek. I don't disagree with his comments and thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, so South Gibson boat launch, South Gibson Lake Road. Swimming, no. Fishing, yes. That's what I put there. There's the 6 Mile that you're talking about, Mr. Graziano. And we said swim, no. Fish, yes. Port Severn Park. So this is the launching area that I'm talking about specifically here. I said swim, no. Fish, no. And there's signage required. Do we have the dock spread out there? No. So, okay, so then go back. So the reason I know this one, I was on the fence about this one as well. The long dock that goes along the channel as it goes out, I do see people fishing there, and I can understand why they would. I just thought with traffic coming in, it is quite narrow there. I wouldn't want boats to get hit, but obviously that's up for discussion if anyone disagrees with me. And then obviously swimming, if we go to the next one, at the end, this is obviously by the swim area, the buoy lines out the side. You can see there's a ladder there. I suggested to operations department to remove the cleats on that side of the dock because that is a swim area. We wouldn't want someone to think they can boat up there with people swimming. So obviously swimming there is appropriate and fishing is no, because we don't want them boats coming in and swimming on the other side.
Excuse me, and then the beach is to that side as well, right?
Yeah, the beach
Yeah.
is over here, yes. Yeah. Okay, the Honey Harbor Park Landing. So this is where the old library was, the community center parking lot. And swim, no. Fish, no here. I feel it's too busy of an area to have those activities.
Question there with regards to fishing, since I've seen people fishing, not off the dock, but that promenade that is adjacent to it.
front.
Yeah, would that be part of the jurisdiction on that or not?
I would tend to post them on the docks, like as you're coming down, I would post them so that they're not casting and people are coming in. I think if you could probably do it there safely, again, if there was an issue, then it could be addressed, but I'm sure they could do that safely without interfering with boat
Thank you.
traffic. Okay, the Port of Honey Harbor, which does currently have signs. You can go forward. We're saying fish no and swim no. There are some no fishing signs already posted, as I mentioned, and there was no swimming signs as well, but they've been ripped off at some point. So that one's status quo, I would say. And then that's it. There is some financial considerations as per the signage would be about approximately $35 a sign, and then the install, and we might need some posts, but that's kind of where we've gone to at this point.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Could you flip back to the list of all the docks, please, at the very beginning of your presentation? I've been going through your report. I couldn't find this. Is this attached to this? Because I clicked anyway. I couldn't get it to. Yeah. So, my God, millions of dollars worth of docks. That's all I can say. I'm blown away. It's just amazing. Amazing amount of money spent on this.
I, for one, really appreciate this report because I thought it's very nicely done with a couple of pictures and an explanation as to why you believe that the fishing and or swimming may or may not be appropriate. So I appreciate all the work you've gone into this, and I appreciate the logic you've applied. I do understand that at least a couple councillors aren't keen on any of this, but I think we have to recognize that our township is far busier than it used to be. There's more people here, spending more time here, and including not only residents, but also visitors. And I think that it's the advantage of posting these signs is it helps make people aware that they're at docks that are being used for other purposes than just their particular plan at that moment, whatever it may be. And so I respect the efforts. And I think that it's important that we not only try to protect our residents, but also try to protect ourselves from potential liability or unfortunate accidents happening, because I think that's the main purpose that we're doing this, is to ask people not to swim where boats are being launched is to me a logical request. Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I guess I got to put my hand up.
I'm just building on what you've just said, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. And through you, you can't dictate common sense. And a lot of people would suggest that, oh, yeah, I know not to go swimming when boats are coming in, or I know not to fish when people are swimming. But the fact of the matter is, despite the fact that maybe 30 years ago, it was easy to do all of this because we didn't have the number of boats, we didn't have the number of people that we have now. Now we have to be a little bit more careful about how we handle these situations. I appreciate the report, and I find myself pretty much in agreement with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And I've come to the realization as to why I think I got ahead of myself. South Gibson boat launch is actually Ward 1, but you put it in Ward 3. And so as you were going chronologically through Ward 3, I see where the error was. But again, I come back full circle and say 6 Mile Lake water access. No one uses that dock, hardly ever. I mean, I don't ever see a boat there. To disallow fishing and swimming there is strange to me, as well as Port Severn Park. Even on a busy weekend, I may see the odd person come in, but for the most part, they're all tied up along that dock space, and not to allow them to catch a dinner while they stay overnight is strange to me, as well as to be able to swim, off the dock, which is now allowed. So I really struggle to accept any of this. I understand that we have picked up by way of population, and the boats or boat traffic has become more. I disagree. I think that there is common sense, and the reason why I disagree with my counselor or my colleague here is that I see time and time again when people go through our channel on 6 Mile Lake, fishermen don't throw or cast rods at boats that are passing through the channel. They wait until the traffic passes, or they'll spool up as quickly as they possibly can if they know that there's someone swimming. Because no one wants others to get hurt. I can't endeavor to imagine a child and a family member or a child jumping in the water off a dock when there's a lot of traffic on a long weekend where there's boat after boat coming in and being launched. So from my perspective, I think this is just hindering enjoyment. And again, it's over engineering something that we could easily just say swim at your own, at your own risk, fish at your own risk, and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fredko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you for the report. I appreciate it. I mean, it does help with clarity. I know there's not going to be 100% agreement on whether this is a swimming dock or a fishing dock or neither dock. But once we have this policy in place and we've identified docks that allow one or the other, there's an opportunity for revision in the future if it becomes clear that the wrong choice was made.
Yeah, through your chair. So it would just be an amendment to the bylaw to change the wording to say wherever it's posted. So then it would be, as those things change, as they do through the years, then the post signs would either be put up or taken down as to whatever, was appropriate or deemed appropriate at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so for clarity as well, I believe there may be some docks missing from Go Home Lake. There's the docks at Regatta Beach, and there are docks at the control dam and docks at the chute. And I'm not sure how those should be treated, if they needed to be included, or if there's anything else that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, so through your chair, now that you're saying it, we were going out on the boat to see something on Regatta Beach. So I was going to take pictures when we went out that day, and then our boat ride got canceled. So as you say it right now, they're not in there. Obviously, I think Regatta Beach would be appropriate for both the boats at the or the docks at the end by the chute. Obviously, I feel like the top side probably might not be appropriate for swimming, but the bottom side, I think both would be appropriate for fishing and swimming at the bottom
Yeah.
side and the top. So yeah, I apologize
No,
they're
no,
not
that's
on there,
okay.
but I did think of them, and I had planned to get there, but we just
Okay.
plans change.
But as long as the
Apologies.
policy or in the bylaw is worded as signed, we can change
Yeah,
it or where it's
absolutely.
posted. It
Yeah.
doesn't need to come back to council. It can be
The signs would just be erected, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hazel.
Thank you. Your slides disappeared, so I was going to rely on seeing it. So it's coming back and I'm finding it. There we go. Look at that hardware. Honey Harbor, 100% agree with your comments about Ward 4, those two locations. You've missed the only public launch ramp, Rick's Marina in Honey Harbor. And yes,
So I did intend to, I went there. We don't own that dock. We have the launch ramp. From my understanding, that dock is actually owned by the marina. So I wasn't going to put any restrictions on that dock as we don't own it. The launch ramp piece we own, from my understanding, unless I'm incorrect.
so factually, I don't know the ownership of the dock, but I would say that in that situation, no swimming, no fishing is probably appropriate.
Yeah,
That's a highly used commercial
it's very
ramp.
busy. Yes, I agree.
So I think posting no there, but I think the policies on the Port of Honey Harbor and the was a design for image, and it's appropriate.
Mhm.
And in the Honey Harbor Park Landing, the water quality, I mean, you're basically swimming in a marina.
Mhm.
Not a good strategy. So yeah, let's keep going with those signs. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Cooper.
This is, thank you, Mayor, and this is going to be off topic a little bit, but I would like to see a discussion at some time in the future with our Director of Operations about the validity or sensibility or sense of having some of these locations. I can tell you in the case of Ward 2, the two launches that we're talking about and docks, our community can't even use that. They don't go to 12 Mile Bay. Never do, never have. So there's no benefit to Ward 2 community, and they may get to Honey Harbor, but that's a long way. So I'm just suggesting get a lot of taxes from Ward 2 and no benefits. Thank you. We need to examine the cost of keeping all these things open. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Point of clarification, can we go back to the 6 Mile Lake water access? I'm just curious, the picture of the dock shows to me, off that dock, a swimming platform.
Yeah, I believe that's private. It's not township owned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and you promised us you weren't going to. Councillor Bocek.
This is for the general public as well as for our bylaw department. And you have to understand the history of our area. Both of my boys were taught to fish for sunfish and rock bass off of public docks. All of my neighbors, all of my kinfolk, everyone was taught to fish, which is a part of our culture, off of public docks, because we don't live on waterfront, we live as permanent residents. The YMCA, the public school, and the Boy Scouts have all taught our kids how to swim off the public docks. It's a part of our culture, okay? And to bring these ideas to remove something from our culture that's been here since the beginning, I take offense to. And to have a council full of seasonal residents making a decision that is going to impact the permanent residents, I take offense to. I believe this is wrong. We're sending the wrong message to our kids. We're taking the culture that we have created here in cottage country, and we're imposing rules that I would think I would find in Queens Quay in Toronto, or in Barrie, or in Hamilton Harbor. We are a very small niche community that have very unique characteristics, and I would like to see them continue, because I don't want to see this town become Orillia or Midland or Coldwater. We're unique. We need to keep our uniqueness. The more bylaws we have, the more bylaw officers, and the more 6-year-old kids we write tickets to, the more I want to move out of here. And you know what? We got to wake up. We got to wake up. A kid putting a worm on a hook and a bobber on a dock where there is boats is hurting no one. And we want to put sign, everywhere a sign. Let's put more signs up. Let's make this more like the city. I can't stand for this. And if this council agrees that this is the right course of action, I think we need to relook at ourselves and our culture and who we are and what our identity is. This is nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of comments. One is, and I'm going partly off of what Councillor Bochek said, but also Councillor Graziano when he gave the example of 6 Mile Lake water access. Do we have any idea to what extent these 14, 15, we're going to get up to 20 probably by the time you get them all photographed, and the 20 docks that we own, let's say, in the township, how they're used, how often, and what I mean by that is if Councillor Graziano suggests the 6 Mile Lake water access, he's not sure a boat has ever used that dock, then my question is, why do we have it? For fishing? And I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying, to me, that's part of what I'm curious about with all these docks is how heavily used are they and by whom? Because I think, we have to, and that may be part of a review that our Director of Operations does for us in the future as he reviews other assets that we own in this township. But I think that partly should be taken into account as well as if this, and again, I don't know because I haven't been there and observing, but if the 6 Mile Lake water access dock is almost never used by boats, why do we care if somebody's swimming? So, I mean,
that's the tennis court access dock.
Yeah.
So it is used.
Mm-hmm.
When it's not there, we get calls.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. That explains that. But then my other question or concern rather is, we know that most of our residents are pretty cooperative with each other, but we also know that some can have a bad day. And I'm concerned if a boat's approaching a dock and some people are swimming, and then they get an argument, who has priority? Does the dock have to, does the boater have to wait till the swimmers are finished swimming because they just feel like enjoying themselves? I mean, I'm hoping we don't get those situations very often, but I think that's part of what we have to do here is why is that dock there? Who is the, I'll call it primary user? And if the dock's there predominantly for fishing and swimming, and the boater's the rare exception, all right, then the boater has to recognize that. But if it's there next to a launch ramp that's used on a regular basis, we don't want that activity blocked by somebody who feels like they should, their family haven't finished enjoying their swim, and you as the boat launcher just have to wait. I mean, I'm making it more complicated perhaps than it needs to be, but I'm just throwing that out there as a potential concern.
So I just want to make a couple of comments. There's no way that I'm intending to affect anyone's culture or stop anyone from enjoying the facilities. I just feel there are some activities that should mix and shouldn't. And the insurance company agrees, and that's where we've gotten to this point. I felt I took into consideration what those docks were put in place for. Like Brad mentioned, this dock, the main purpose of it is to get people to the tennis boards. It's not for fishing, isn't the main thing, but they can fish there is what I'm suggesting. If they disagree and you want them to swim there, that's fine too. But I do feel that a lot of these docks and launches, just like in Go Home, they're meant for access to the cottage properties. That's why they're there, the main intention of them. So to me, they should get the right of way. That's what they were intended for. All of these, there's obviously lots to go through, and we've gone through them, but there's no way that I'm trying to take this away from anybody. My children fish and swim here. I want them to enjoy it too. It's one of those situations that I feel to mix that use can be dangerous. And people do have common sense, absolutely, but we on the other end of it see that there is a lot of common sense that is lacking. So to have this signage up and hope that people use their best judgment, and then we have the tools to deal with people who are bad actors, who are not being safe, or putting themselves or boaters in jeopardy, I think is a great tool to have. Will we ever ticket a six-year-old child for fishing or swimming where they shouldn't? Very likely not. It would take a lot for me to do that, and same with the other officers as well. That's not something we ever want to do. We just want people to be safe and to be able to use these facilities as they should and were intended to do. So I just wanted to clear that. If there's anything that are specific, we can go through. If you disagree with what I've put, that's kind of, I think, where we're at now. But the insurance company does agree that they shouldn't be mixed, and this can be reviewed with them at the date. We just couldn't make that review happen before the deadline for the report.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I have a couple questions, if I may. They center around enforcement. So walk me through what would happen from the time somebody goes to fish to how that gets enforced.
So it depends on the situation. As we've said previously, we are complaint-based. So let's say, for a scenario, there's someone fishing off in Port Severn and people are trying to come in and they're interfering with them. If they made a complaint through the website or called us directly, we could go and address the situation. We would obviously tell the people that, you're not permitted, if this all goes through the way that I, have suggested, that there's signage there, they're not supposed to fish there because of ABC. We explain it. We explain the repercussions of if you can, it's dangerous, those kind of things. There could be a repercussion of that fine. That's something I put in front of you as well today, is to change the fine so it's not an easy as just your swimming ticketing. Here's a ticket of $250. That would, you have to prove that they were causing a nuisance. So you'd have to get a statement from the boater who said, yeah, I couldn't pull in. They hit the top of my boat and ripped my tarp, whatever that may be. They would always be given a warning first, and I would never charge someone unless we've had to talk to them more than once or multiple times, and it's becoming a problem where someone got hurt. That's kind of how I view it, and I would agree that the other officers who are employed here at this time would agree as my stance as well on that. That helps.
So I can certainly understand that approach in a launch scenario, given Port of Honey Harbor and the Hamlet town center, where there's posted no fishing, no swimming. What if somebody decides to go fish? I guess what I'm hearing is it's a complaint-based process. Somebody's fishing. If nobody complains, they keep fishing. Somebody complains, it's probably, an hour before you can get somebody out there to take a look at it, unless it's in the evening, in which case it's tomorrow.
Well, it depends on where we are. We have lots of things obviously doing it with, it's 20 minutes to Honey Harbor. If one of us are in the office and we get that call, we can go right then. We have students in the summer. We do have the extended hours and 7 days a week right now. So that would obviously be on our as per issue basis. But yes, that's what would happen. Yeah. We go and attend and ask them to stop the activity because, there's signs posted, just like parking. If we saw someone parked in a no parking zone, it'd be the same situation. Move your car. You see there's no parking permitted here. If you fail to do that, then these are the repercussions of that. It would all be education and explained. But yes, that's it.
So a nuanced scenario, somebody's in their boat, and their boat is tied up to the Port of Honey Harbor, and they're fishing from their boat. What do you do?
If we get a complaint, then we would speak to them about it and tell them they're not fishing there if they're not being safe. That's about all I can offer.
They're not fishing from the dock.
Okay, but if we can get into scenarios all day long. If that situation happens and they call me, for sure, we'll figure it out as we go. Does that sound okay?
I don't want to belabor the point, but I think that's a scenario that fishermen sometimes get belligerent about. I have rights. If I'm in my boat, I can fish anywhere.
Then untie from our dock, I guess that's what I'd say. Right?
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship, and try telling that to an OPP officer as he tickets you for being tethered to your dock with a beer in your hand and a floaty device. I don't think that'll fly.
No.
Yeah, the concern that I have here is I think that we can address this simply by just putting a sign that says fish and swim at your own risk and leave it at that. I don't think we need to go beyond that. And I'm going to draw a parallel here as an example. Inevitably, at some point in the future, the insurance companies that we work with are likely going to request that liability waivers be signed to touch on any municipal land or property, because that's them trying to ensure that they maximize their revenues without paying out. At some point, we as council have to come to the decision and say, we can do what we want to do. Yes, it may expose our risk that much percentile, minuscule percentile, more or less, by doing this or taking this action. But we can't over-engineer ourselves to the point where we just don't allow people to enjoy and appreciate what they come up to our areas for. So I think in reality, as I conclude, again, come full circle, a simple sign, and I know signs everywhere sign, but a simple sign saying fish and swim at your own risk. We're covered. You get hurt, that's your own decision. Sorry, there's a sign. Thank you very much. Go sue yourself. Have a good day.
Councilor Bochek.
So I fail to see the relevance of any of this. Since 1904, we've been swimming and fishing off of the government docks in this township. I'll show you all the pictures from 1904, from when the log boom was here. So in 125 years, we've not needed any change to this policy. It's been great for kids to learn to swim, to fish, to everything for 125 years. But today, and only today, we need to change the law because something changed. It's 125 years of people using these facilities, which, by the way, they paid for. I paid for the public docks. If I want to swim and fish off them, I'm going to swim and fish off them because I paid for them with my tax dollars. So I think this is very short-sighted. I think we're looking at a Band-Aid on a point of time where someone thinks it's necessary. But look at the history. Look at where we are today. And if the insurance companies are the ones that are driving this, which was the same as the last topic we talked about, it's all to do with cybersecurity, insurance, and everything else. Well, maybe we need to look at these companies that we're paying millions of dollars to and say, well, you know what, if you don't want our millions of dollars, you're not going to get them. We'll go somewhere else and find somebody that will give us coverage. I really don't think this has been thought through. I'm not going to support it, and I sure hope my fellow councillors come to some sort of realization that this is affecting the culture of this township. And this is nothing against our bylaw department or our bylaw employees. I know you have a mandate, you have a job you're trying to do, keep everybody safe. But human nature is not to run over a swimmer at a dock with your outboard motor. Human nature is not to cast your rod and hook somebody in the face with it. We're all common sense human beings that share a common asset that we paid for, and let's all get along and don't make it into some sort of, I don't know, I'm just seeing government housing and government control of absolutely everything these days. I live in Canada. I live in central Canada. We have a Charter of Rights. We have freedoms, and they're being impeded every single time I turn around. So I am going to do whatever I can to stop this from happening. Not only today, but in the future, and I will continue to try and reverse any decision that's made that will put up signs to stop people from swimming and fishing on their assets.
Does that cover no parking signs on township roads?
I don't know, you can smoke joints and you can drink beer on public docks, and there's no sign saying you can't do that.
That wasn't quite my question, but okay. All right. Any other comment? Okay, I see Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm very sympathetic to the comments made by Councillor Bochek, but I know that my dad learned to swim in the Don River in the 1930s. I don't think you catch anybody doing that today. Times have changed, and we got a lot more people, a lot more activity at the docks, and a lot of the people and activity at the docks is by people who are not from this area. In many cases, don't even understand how to boat properly. I've seen that in action on the lake, and the LPP can report is the same way. I think we've got to protect ourselves in many respects. I am curious, though. Councillor Graziano indicated that perhaps a sign that just said, swim and fish at your own risk would be suitable. I don't know how insurance reviews that, but that would certainly be a much simpler approach for all of us on this, because basically it implies use your common sense, such as it is or isn't, and do these things at your own risk. Do we know where we would stand with something like that?
That would be something we'd have to discuss with the insurance company. I haven't had time to contact them about an alternative like that, because that's what the resolution had taught me
It'd
to
be a
do.
lot easier to install a common sign across the board, and I'm wondering how our insurance would handle that. So I think we should probably investigate that option. Thank you.
I think that with the variety of docks that we have, and we saw I think there were 13 examples of which you gave us, and we know there's a few others out there that have not yet been included. I find myself hesitant for a one size fits all. I have no problem with, in some places, fish and swim at your own risk signs. I think that makes a lot of sense. But I think some of these locations are far busier and far more dangerous. And as you pointed out, Councillor Jarvis, a little too often I've witnessed people trying to dock a boat without great success after 3 or 4 tries. And if they would come around a corner and somebody happens to be swimming there, I don't have confidence that they'd stop their boat in time. And so that's my concern, that I think that unfortunately, I'll put that, unfortunately, I think we have to tell people what common sense is in a particular location. Common sense is that you swim on this side of the dock and not that side of the dock, like in Port Severn, because one side has boat traffic and one side's inside a swimming area. That's common sense, but some people need that to be explained. Councillor Cooper.
So maybe, if I may make a quick suggestion, that is maybe a sign that says, enjoy fishing and swimming at your own risk. Then you enjoy yourself, but if your head gets cut off, that's your own risk.
CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, just a quick point, Mayor Kutsia, to Council. I'd imagine that if the insurance company was fine with saying use at your own risk, they would have suggested that across the board, and it would have saved us all a lot of grief. I think the fact that we are putting up a sign saying use at your own risk is because we know there's a risk, and so we are just allowing folks to enter an area that causes risk, and we all know that in this day and age we are the first ones that are held accountable.
All right, Councillor Bochuk.
To our CAO, who made a profound statement there, perhaps you could answer to me, what would happen in a township that doesn't have a bylaw department? And there's lots of those townships in this province. So if you have a township without a bylaw department and you have no enforcement, what are you going to do in that township about your docks and swimming and fishing off those docks?
Well, the township will probably get sued for something that happens that the township didn't have in place to protect the township, and then they would probably likely start looking at, maybe we need to implement some rules and regulations to protect the township.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And I don't want to belabor this any more than we have, but I think one of the principles that I think Ms. King talked about, and it's important to remember, is that something like a dock should have a primary purpose rather than multi-purposes that could be have cross dangers. So if it's a dock that's used for boat launching and boat mooring, then that's what it should be for. And we should be very cautious of allowing swimming and fishing. But we have lots of docks that aren't very busy, and they're in areas with fish and swimming opportunities, and some that are even in designated swimming areas. So let's make sure that we don't have boats using those docks in an incompatible format. So, I mean, I understand the concerns about, culture and freedom, but I think we also have to be mindful that there are areas that if there's the waves and swells and there's a swimmer that is in there and the boater doesn't see the swimmer, or if the person fishing doesn't see the swimmer because of the water conditions, we need to be mindful that it's not just enjoyment that we're trying to ensure happens, but people's safety, even when they're trying to use common sense.
Thank you. I'm going to read the motion. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole recommend that staff bring forward an amendment to the Public Docks Bylaw 2024-0550, and that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council directs staff to implement signage as discussed at the public dock locations within the township. To our clerk.
If you would like a recorded vote for this particular matter, now would be the time to request it.
I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Let the record show that Councillor Bocek requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bocek, how do you vote? Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion carries 4-3.
So, sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. We're taking a 10-minute break. All right. We are now going to move into new business. There may be some discussion around some of these items. So I have moved by Councillor Pedco, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council does extend past 4:30, but no later than 6 p.m. And if we can do it all by before 4:30, this may be redundant, but okay. Councillor Bochek has put down the gauntlet that will be done by 4. But in the meantime, just in case, moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Hazelton, be it resolved the council does extend past 4:30, but no later than 6 p.m. All those in favor? And we got lots of hands. That is carried. Thank you. Okay, the first item, process improvements. Councillor Cooper, over to you, please.
Well, it looks like we've got lots of time now, according to some of my enthusiastic fellow councillors.
But let's not waste it.
No, I'm just going to blather away here. No, listen, the discussion I wanted to have, and you've seen a report here, and it's fairly long, but some of it's repeated because I'm hoping we can spread this over 2 or 3 meetings, because I think there's some need for understanding our roles, for example, is one of the things that I thought would be helpful. And we learned that today. We had a discussion about IT issues, and you know, there were a lot of viewpoints, and I think some consensus came out of council to a certain extent, but I think we need to gain some better understanding both on the council side and the staff side in terms of what our specific roles are. And I just wanted to also point out that, you know, when I first listened to this fellow, Rick O'Connor, who gave us a presentation, he was brought in by the District of Muskoka to give a presentation back in, I think, 2016 or something. I can't remember. Maybe it was even at the start of 2014 or 2018. I can't remember. Maybe the mayor would, if you saw the presentation, it might have been at 2018.
I honestly don't remember. Sorry.
Okay. So if you don't, he was very effective, and brought in by the district to sort of explain the roles of you know, the clerks and code of conduct and a variety of different things, and I think we saw that when he gave us some time more recently. So I only reference that because I discovered him through the district, and thought he could be somebody that might assist us in terms of understanding our roles more clearly. And we've already had some presentations, but why not have some more? And a little bit of training could be helpful. So if you can see in my report here, I sort of talk about gaining some understanding between our roles as counselors and staff. So I don't have a lot to add to that other than let me give you an example of something, understanding our roles. One of the things that I've said right from the outset, I think in 2014, my beginning of my first term of council, was that what might be helpful to us would be to understand what our role is relative to our customer. Our constituents, in my view, are our customers. I keep calling them customers because I put it in a sort of a former business sense, but it's a way of looking at it. We get a lot of taxes, and we try and look after the affairs for our constituents. And I think understanding what our customers expect is important. But do we know who the customer is? That's my question. And so my objective would be if we could have a, you know, maybe a customer service training program and learn who our customers are. And they're more than one. They're not just the constituents. In some cases, our customers for the council are our staff and vice versa. So we have different roles and relationships, and it might be helpful to understand how we ourselves view the customer aspect of our roles. So that's one thing I can think of, but I'm sure others in our midst have other thoughts on that. But that's, I thought, one of the subjects we could discuss at a meeting like today, although I must admit at 3:30, 4 o'clock, it starts getting hard to keep the enthusiasm up. I'm going to honestly admit, I know it's not the end of the day, but it starts getting a bit tough after having had a lot of long and interesting discussions today. So I thought I'd throw that out as a topic, was the first thing. And then there's two others here that could be discussed in a meeting. And if it becomes too cumbersome, maybe we have to have one subject per cow as opposed to three, if it's too much. But I'd like to get some feedback from my fellow councillors as to the benefit of dealing with some of these issues, because I'd like to see a little more harmony, frankly, amongst ourselves and our staff, and this is one of the ways to do that. So that's why I brought all this forward. Get some clarity and get some harmony, and collaboration. Thoughts?
I see two hands already. So we're going to start with Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Coetzee. I read the report the first time. I read through this the first time, and I kind of dismissed it. And then I went back and I read it again, and I didn't dismiss it the second time. And then I read it the third time, and I thought, what's trying to be achieved here? And I probably didn't grasp what you were reaching for, but I came to my own conclusions on how we could benefit from this. Unlike the corporate world, where you work in supersession, where you try to garner people and bring people up through the system and create somebody to supersede in a position. We're elected officials. You don't have that ability. So when you come in new as a councillor, you know nothing and you need to be trained. For the councillors that wish to continue in their political careers, education can only be paramount for those who want to learn more and step up in the ranks and ask questions from somebody who is completely capable of answering those questions. So I see a different reason for this training. There's some of us that are going to want to move on. There's some of us are going to step aside, but the continued training is a benefit to everyone, new councillors, old councillors, staff, everyone. So where I was coming into this meeting thinking, nah, this isn't something I want to see come to council, I believe that this is something that is of importance to everyone, because we're not in the corporate world and we can't coddle somebody into a position because we're elected. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I see this as sort of a continuation of discussions we had yesterday, care of Councillor Graziano's motion at council with regards to continuing education for ourselves. I agree with this. We should always be endeavoring to improve what we do. Right across the board, I am particularly favorable to Councillor Cooper's comments about debrief and trying to learn from decisions we made in the past that perhaps weren't the right ones, or were, whatever the case may be. We should be going over that ground and making sure we don't make the same mistakes. But I do see this as an ongoing process. I think we had that discussion yesterday, and I have no objection whatsoever to learning how to do my job better. So I'm in agreement with that side of this whole recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I would agree with what Councillor Jarvis has just said as well. I think it's a good idea for us to try to continue to understand our different perspectives and come together. So when we're in council, we have a better understanding for where everybody's coming from, and really understanding our integrated roles with staff and with our residents. And the only area, and I guess Councillor Jarvis touched on this, was the training that we talked about and approved yesterday. I guess I'm just confused if this would, and I know that your cow item is from a previous month, and yesterday we talked about training at council. So the order of these is maybe not the way it would have originally been intended, but we have, I guess, approved 2-hour training sessions. And my question would be back to, I think, Councillor Cooper, as to how would we be able to leverage the training that we've approved with some of the sessions and processes that you have identified here?
No magic bullets, I'm afraid, but I think probably the best way to deal with this would be to have some sort of facilitation, and it could be one of our staff members who we could identify who could facilitate a whiteboard session where we talk about maybe priorities or whatever the case may be, whatever the subject is, as opposed to I've listed some things that I think we can do. The execution and process is something that I think will have to evolve, and I don't have any, as I say, magic bullets, but I think facilitation would be a good start, and maybe with a follow-up short report saying here are the things that we learned or we identified in this particular committee of cow. So
Sure. Okay.
I don't know whether that helps at all, but
yeah, but I guess part of my question is, you see this as separate from the training sessions that we talked about yesterday at council?
yes, I think so. I think it's a discussion at Cal, and maybe we do a little bit of facilitation so that we come out with some learnings, identify some positives, but maybe some areas where we need to improve. And that's why I talked about process improvement. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. In the public sector, or excuse me, rather in the private sector, innovation, R&D, and coming to market with a strong product tends to drive synergies amongst the different functional areas and or the different departments within any organization. As a private organization, as a private municipality, we don't have those pressures bringing us together in order to succeed and thereby continue the march forward. Rather, we tend to immerse ourselves in our day-to-day challenges and don't get an opportunity to really have an opportunity to say, hey, we need to come together and focus on specific things. Based on what I've seconded here, I think that there's a lot of merit in some of the recommendations here from Councillor Cooper. Some can be brought forward to the council format that we've passed previously, whereby we're going to meet bi-monthly, and we can, as council, collectively address some of these. Some will require staff to adopt some changes as well. But at the end of the day, I think that a lot of these are strong suggestions and make sense. We do need to sit down, and the mayor, as well as our CAO, should be aware of what our individual drives and motivators are for our wards. I agree. I think it's a great call out. I think that our code of conduct should be echoed on both sides. So we should all be collectively accountable to each other, not just having it biased towards council. So there's a lot of good suggestions in here that I felt required the attention of council, and I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, do you wish to comment in this round?
I support this.
Thank you. I really did appreciate Councillor Cooper's introduction that included, and I'm sorry, Councillor Cooper, I'm not going to quote you directly because my memory isn't that good. I didn't write it down, but how one of your purposes is that we work more closely together. I don't think you used the term, but I'll use the term as a team. I think we as a council are not doing that anywhere near the level that we could. Having said that, I'm confused and frustrated a little bit. We did do a training session last month. Last month, we also passed a resolution with regards to, for lack of a better term, a council tracker and our performance as a council. Yesterday, we passed a resolution with regards to training sessions that could potentially happen over the next few months on a range of topics, some of which absolutely are similar, quite similar to some of the things that Councillor Cooper, you put in your report. And I find my response today somewhat similar to yesterday in the sense that I think training and having us work as a team is very important. But I'm also a little bit concerned of what each one of us individually is hoping to achieve with this. And what I mean by that is that, for instance, I have in front of me 4 draft motions that were prepared as part of our discussion today. And the very first one talks about councils to create a list of key roles and goals to assist staff in understanding council's roles and objectives. And at the same time, senior staff, CEOs to help create a list of their primary roles. I would imagine that the starting point of all that would be the Municipal Act, because the Municipal Act tells us what our roles are to a certain degree. And we've been trained on that aspect a number of times in the last couple of years. And so I think what we need to strive for, if I can put it that way, is if we're going to do more training, how do we approach that training such that we achieve more than we've achieved in the past? Simply reciting the Municipal Act isn't going to do it, because as much as we're subject to the Municipal Act, we don't have a choice there. It's still open to some interpretation and range, and if we come out of our training quite insistent that there's at least 3, if not 7 interpretations of how the Municipal Act what it actually means for us, we won't have achieved anything. And so that's part of my concern with this, is that I'm hearing Councillor Cooper saying, and whether we do it in COW or we do it in closed session or some combination thereof, that we should be doing more discussion and training on actually quite a wide range of things that you put in this report. And Councillor Graziano yesterday also introduced quite a wide range, including future identified things that were not yet identified. So I just want to try to get us to something that's a little more, you've heard these words before, but a little more efficient and effective, as opposed to going in circles. And to me, that I think is our challenge, is how do we get there? How do we get to a point where we actually are working together? And I think our ultimate goal is, how do we best serve our residents? How do we make this township even better than it already is? How do we make things work? How do we get, whether you want to call it better value for your tax dollar, whether you want to call it a more productive staff, whether you call it a more productive council, I would think that that should be our, I'll call it ultimate goal. How do we better serve our constituents than we currently are? And without wasting a heck of a lot of time and money on doing things that we've already done and which we didn't quite achieve what we had hoped to achieve. That's my challenge to all of us. And with this, I mean, I can read off the motions. We can discuss whether we like or don't like certain lines in them. But how do we make this that we're actually moving forward in a constructive manner? That's my challenge to all of you. Councillor Bocek, is that a new hand or old hand? I can't remember. New hand? Okay.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor Coetzee, I don't disagree with what you're saying. A more focused approach or a narrowed down approach to the broad spectrum of what this presents to us today. That was part of my original reading was, boy, there's an awful lot here. But when you kind of focus in on what's important to you, then there's not a lot there. And I think the ongoing education process, let's admit it. I was in the electronics business. I wasn't in the politics business. I don't know what the rest of you did before you became a councillor, but I'm sure it wasn't politics. You have to learn this. And over 12 years, I have learned by mentors and by educational process. And where I am today, 10 years later, is because of all the training I had. Because when I stepped up to this desk, I knew how to solder on a printed circuit board and run a motel. I knew nothing about what I was supposed to do here. I am never going to stand in the way of education. I'm never going to stand in the way of councillors becoming better. And so whatever comes to council out of this report, and I don't know how we narrow it down to bring something to council that is palatable, but I would like to see that happen. And I don't know if you want suggestions from individual councillors on what to bring forward out of this report, or do we just have staff have a look at this and bring back suggestions to us? I'm not sure how we move forward from this and at what we take out of this report and take forward to council. That's where I am. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yesterday, we passed a motion for continuous professional development. In that motion were suggestions on things we can specifically look at, and it left options open for other things. This motion here before us, to me, constitutes the other things. So why can it not be part of what we've already passed yesterday in council as ongoing professional development?
Councillor Cooper.
There's a quiet moment. Yeah, so I'm going to sort of, I think we do need to narrow things down. This is, broad. There's no question about it. Having said that, I think we could, in terms of, if we respond to this resolution, we could talk about specifics in terms of our role on a whiteboard. I'm really talking about whiteboarding it and saying, this is how we see ourselves or we don't see ourselves. And maybe that'll bring us to some common ground, because yes, you may have a different view than I do of what my role is, but maybe I listen to what you have to say and say, oh yeah, that too, sort of thing. So I think that would be helpful. I like the suggestion about going to the Municipal Act and see what it says. I think it has sort of a 10,000 foot story, but I'm not sure it has much more than that. There are some examples, but generally the Municipal Act is very broad. So, from my perspective, however, and you was mentioned, what was our previous, sort of what other kind of roles that we have along the way to get to here. Some of us will have been in variety of management roles, and I see this almost, and I could keep repeating this, I guess, but I see it as almost like a board of directors. Yes, we have constituents, but in a business you have customers, and the board of directors has to respond at a fairly high level to make sure that we look after those constituents and or customers. So I think there are some parallels there in the sort of board of directors world, and that's one thing I would throw it on a whiteboard is how do we act, and how do we liaise? Because board of directors, the other thing, that similarity that's there is boards of directors have to also liaise with the management of the company. So that's very similar to what we're dealing with here. So that's another role descriptor from my perspective.
If I may respond to that quickly with two comments. One is obviously the board of directors parallel is often expressed in one form or another, because yes, there are absolute similarities in our role here. Board of directors in the private sector hires a CEO. We hire a CAO, and but there are quite important similarities. But my question to you, I say right now, I have in front of me 4 draft motions. But what I'm hearing from you is a little bit different than trying to get us to pass 4 motions here. And what I'm hearing from you is, and I'm using the word whiteboard because you mentioned a couple times, if we're using a whiteboard, then I think we're in a training-like session where we're not worried about a motion, we're worried about having a decent discussion of where we're at and where we want to get to. And and therefore, I don't know, and I hope, Councillor Graziano, you allow me to make this comment, but I don't know if a whiteboard is appropriate for the 2-hour sessions that you were suggesting yesterday, and you suggested remote. That's a little bit different than a whiteboard session, in my mind. And so I guess I'm asking all of us, and I'm going to go to CEO Mariotti in a moment, what is it that we want? Or do we want both? And how are we going to organize all this? And when are we going to do it all? Because potentially, we're talking, I forgot, I apologize. Was it 4 different sessions of 2 hours each that was yesterday? 6. So we're talking 12 hours there. And with Councillor Cooper's whiteboard, I would suggest that there are at least 4-hour sessions, that maybe 2 or 3, given the volume here. So now we're up to 20, 25 hours worth of training. That's a chunk of time.
So just from a practical perspective, if I could throw out there, I don't see this format here working particularly well. I think if oh, I beg your pardon. I think if we were to consider perhaps meeting in our meeting room there with a whiteboard, and maybe getting our CAO to help facilitate, if he would be willing. I might be able to twist his arm, or you might, and work through for an hour at the beginning, and I would suggest not at the end of the day either, because this takes fresh minds. And so is there any way that we could start our meeting at, I'll throw this out, at 9 o'clock, but go into our formal session at 10 o'clock as opposed to 9 o'clock, and work for an hour at each council meeting, at least once, or each cow meeting, I should say, and then maybe in advance of the planning council or something like that. So that's how I see it. I don't think if we make it much longer than an hour, it becomes hard anyway, and I think we need to make some steps so that are fairly quick and productive, getting an understanding of each other and so forth, and that'll help us, I think, in the longer term, work more collaboratively. So that's my suggestion, how we might be able to make it work from a practical process perspective. But I certainly would be most interested to hear what our CAO has to say about all my silly ideas.
CEO Mariotti.
You might could say, I think that quite a few of these topics tie in with the content that was discussed yesterday. And so one thought that I have is that when we reach out to Mr. O'Connor and Ms. Craig, because those are the two that were mentioned in the resolution that was passed. The resolution is quite specific. So when we reach out to those individuals with the requested training, is we could also attach, not only give them the topics that were in the resolution yesterday, but also say, and by the way, here is something that we, if possible, for you to incorporate into the training sessions, and we will share this COW document so that they can get a flavor for, okay, well, while we're discussing about topic X, let's try and cover off these other aspects that Councillor Cooper has brought up. And in terms of, I'm sorry, Councillor Cooper, in terms of a whiteboard, yeah, you can virtually have a whiteboard stage, if you like. So there can be some interactivity, even if it's remote. But again, we need to find out from the two consultants whether they would prefer to do training in person based on the request, or whether it would be virtual.
I would suggest there could be a training session at the beginning of the day, and stop it. And I think that would be very helpful. And virtually, I think we're going to make life really complicated if we're going to require a facilitator to come a long distance. So, my thoughts. Thanks.
All right, interesting, because we went from, I was thinking of a 4-hour session in front of a whiteboard to a 1-hour session in front of a screen, versus the 2-hour sessions that were suggested yesterday. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Bochek, and I think we have to decide, Council, what are we trying to achieve today with this discussion? Are we just going to give general direction to staff to get going and organizing something, or do we want something more specific passed? Or because of course, obviously, whatever if we achieve any resolutions in the committee of the whole, they will be resolutions to council to consider at our next council meeting. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Co-Chair. I like the idea that we're reviewing right now, whereas if on committee of the whole days, say you had committee of the whole starting at 9 o'clock, well, we're all going to show up here anyways. We all go virtual. We're all sitting in the back room. We have this guy from Ottawa teach us something for an hour, and then we come out of there and we come out here and we go into Cal. I just see it being an idea that was thrown out there that's kind of flawless. It just works. So I would suggest that if you're looking for an avenue to move this forward, work off that suggestion that we start COW at 10 o'clock, but we come in at 9 o'clock and we do a virtual session for 1 hour. It just makes complete sense to me. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm agreeing with Councillor Bochek, but I think the direction of staff would be along the lines of incorporating what's being suggested here in this report with what we passed as a resolution yesterday, so that we have it all together, as opposed to us. So we have a 1-hour session before every COW, as an example, or maybe 2-hour session, one 1-hour session before council, one before COW. I don't know. So we can get a lot of ground covered, because I mean, we do need to cover a lot of ground here by the looks of it. If we and we have to, I think we got to consider incorporating, because otherwise we're going to have a huge amount of additional continuous improvement work to do over and above our council work. And for those that have district obligations, it's going to be a fair bit of, that's going to be a huge load of stuff. So if we can incorporate it with part of our meetings and incorporate Councillor Cooper's recommendations with what we already passed yesterday, then I think it would make a lot of sense.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. A lot of different ways to serve this up if we want to truly look at it. As I mentioned, we already have the format that's been passed, whereby we're going to be meeting bi-monthly. We can capitalize on that to be in person and whiteboard and spitball. We can come an hour earlier before our planning committee. We can endeavor to do lunch and learns during our lunch hours as well. These are all options where we can capitalize on multitasking and at the same time absorbing and learning. I am a huge believer in continuing education, and I don't know what I don't know, so I welcome joining an earlier meeting and or an earlier learning lesson, and I'd welcome over lunch. I'd welcome it during our bi-monthly meeting format as well. Thank you.
All right.
How's that for some jello?
Yeah, in my mind, I think with this Jello, we should hand the bowl over to C.O. Mariotti.
Good with jello.
Yes, and yeah, and maybe a different flavor for each counselor. I don't know. So I would suggest that perhaps the best thing to do is to simply leave this with C.O. Mariotti for now, as opposed to trying to pass any motions. Is everybody in agreement with this approach? No? What would you like, Councillor Bochek?
I would like to see some sort of consensus that this council collectively is willing to seek training, and that recommendation go to council, and that our CAO bring a report to council. I don't want to see it die here at committee of the whole and just leave it up to staff to one day come back to us. I would like to see some sort of resolution go to council.
Well, council yesterday passed a resolution on training.
Mhm.
And so this is just additional information because we directed staff to help us with training yesterday. So they can't just be ignored.
I suggest, to your point though, maybe we can say in a simple resolution that we take the learnings from today and the point of view that we need to establish a meeting monthly and bring in what we discussed yesterday. So just to add it to that, as opposed to not leaving it too loosey-goosey. I think that's what Councillor Bochek is sort of saying, that we
Okay. Well, we can. I'm going to leave it with Clerk Way to draft a motion for us because she's had some experience doing that kind of thing. Councillor Hazelton.
I think Councillor Cooper has kind of started it off where he said at the beginning of his report that be resolved that Kyle recommended council that it hold 3 sessions to incorporate the lessons learned from consultant Rick O'Connor. And we could suggest in that resolution that the content of that item, whatever item it is, item agenda 7A, be included as part and parcel of that. That way we have a very short resolution. We have a reference point for the content of it, and we as council approve that and move forward.
All right. Clerk Way is drafted for us. It's moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Councillor Cooper's report regarding process improvements dated August 13th, 2024, and subsequent discussion of members be received for information, and that per the process improvement discussion, staff be directed to schedule monthly COW meetings to be 1 hour in length to permit training opportunities.
Pretty good wording.
She's good at her job.
Pretty good.
All those in favor? Oh, you should write all our motions.
Got a 1-800 number?
All right. Well, we haven't met our 4 o'clock deadline, Councillor Bocek, sorry, but we're still working on it.
I can leave.
Item B, supporting our aging residents. Councillor Graziano, please.
The next two are no-brainers, so hopefully we can just pass them and move on. Yes, so with regards to this this motion, in the absence of a local doctor's office or health services as we had previously, it's become increasingly important to address healthcare needs of our full-time elderly community. But this goes beyond the elderly community, and it should essentially say the community as a whole. I received a message today from a constituent asking me whether a nurse could be directed to the school because there are some handicapped children there that could require some support. As our baby boomers, age as they retire here, we find that in either direction, it takes roughly 45 minutes to go seek medical help. If you want to go see a doctor, you're going to Midland, you're going to Parry Sound, with very little in between. Factor in for the full-time community now with our winters, with some heavy snowfalls, they may be waiting days to kind of get things cleared off and feel safe to hit the highways. And they may not feel safe at all in driving in inclement weather. It just makes sense that we strongly consider bringing a nurse practitioner here, an RN, back to our community where we can provide services in the wintertime and the shoulder seasons as well as during the season, and situate them in both any of our municipal assets such as Baxter Community Center, the MacTier Arena, anywhere where we can, have the demand that may need nursing. Specifically a nurse that can prescribe, because I believe that now nurses can, as well as also can take blood. And my motion goes on to also recommend that we also look at getting into partnership with any of the health services companies that can do lab testing to parallel the nurses, attendance here in our municipality. So essentially, to summarize, looking for a part-time nurse to be here in our location, one that will not only have office hours at some of our facilities, but also one that could do home visits if in the event that it requires it, while at the same time having the laboratory testing facilities and or a company such as Life Labs attend in parallel to be able to acquire the necessary samples to then bring them back to the labs to take them. So our elderly community, as well as those that are unable to commute easily, can have healthcare services. I also understand that District of Muskoka is responsible for healthcare. And the question is whether we can pass something and then go seek some kind of subsidy after the fact. So this way we're not delaying the community and having this perpetually sit within the district like our lifestyle activity lanes, which we've never heard back from. So over to council to discuss.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I agree, and I think many people would agree that we do have very limited health resources in our township, and as the number of full-time residents slowly increases and ages, I think we do we do see that there's a growing need for some kind of increased healthcare in closer to our community. I'm I'm personally of the opinion that this is initially a district responsibility with the Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit, and I would be asking if we should be confirming with them what services, enhanced services, can be provided in our community, and what would how would that work? I think we also have the Ontario Health at Home Network, which is the community, it used to be called Community Care Access, that came to do, bathing and maintenance for elderly people who were more or less homebound and didn't have an opportunity to get out of the home to get services. And this is something that really is not offered in our township. I do know of some elderly people who are housebound and have to be taken out of the township to Simcoe to get simple treatment that is generally offered at home through in different municipalities. And there's other opportunities I think that the township could explore. There is, and again, through with the district, there's the paramedicine program, and I think Eastern Ontario has an expanded paramedicine program where paramedics go to your home and will help provide some home care and medical services. This goes as far from Ottawa to Haliburton, and it's not directly linked to any one municipality, but it is a kind of growing network of paramedicine services through the emergency services. And I think as we're looking at what could be offered is perhaps we have an engagement with the Hausers pharmacy in MacTier as an example that could be offering clinics for vaccines, and maybe they need an opportunity to better advertise what their services are that can be provided within the community. But I think there's avenues to be pursued, and I would hope that the township can take those avenues and look at them. And our expertise is not in managing a nurse, so I would hope that we could be able to get, whether it's Simcoe or some other organization, to help take the lead on hiring that with our encouragement before we have to resort to hiring or considering hiring healthcare directly. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, and I do think this initiative is certainly worth examining. I support it from that perspective. We do need to try and do something. I will say, though, we should take a look at what we have done in recent years, and I think Councillor Bocek could probably be more accurate than I in terms of what had transpired, but I do recall when I first joined the district council, I sat on the Health Services Committee and CAPS, by the way, but I do recall in probably 2015, 2016, there at our other building over here, we had not only 1 day a week, I think it was, or half a day a week, a nurse practitioner on staff, or sorry, on site. And also, I think a psychiatrist that we've had in an office for a while as well. Unfortunately, as I recall from being on that Health Services Committee, because they did this sort of testing around the whole district with this nurse practitioner, the use at our office was so low that they pulled the service. So, which was unfortunate, but it just wasn't getting used. And I think, frankly, probably the same thing happened with the psychologist or psychiatrist, whichever it was. I think that person went on to other things. So I just I'm not against it. I just think we need to know the history that we've done this in recent years and did not have a lot of success in terms of usage. And that it really kind of surprised me because we would have been able to pull not only on the Port Severn community, but the Hunting Harbor community. Even MacTier wouldn't have been that far from here. But unfortunately, it just was not being used, and our community was told about it and very clearly. But that's sort of what transpired. So maybe we need to look at other ways of other solutions. Thankfully, we've got Councillor Bochek on that Health Services Committee, so can help promote our interests. But I wanted to talk about sort of a little bit of the past lack of success, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, and thanks for the segue, Councillor Cooper. It's exactly what I was going to talk about. Two things. One, recently, this month at the District of Muskoka, in regular council, we talked about an integrated transportation system throughout the District of Muskoka. In other words, if you had a doctor's appointment in you were a MacTier resident, a car would come to your house, pick you up, take you to the transportation hub where you would get on a bus and go to your doctor in Bracebridge or Gravenhurst or Huntsville or wherever it was. I don't know how that's going to be effective in Simcoe County when you call a car to pick you up in Port Severn and you want to go to a doctor in Simcoe County. I'm not sure how that's going to happen. And the three of us were at the meeting and I never asked that question. So as far as healthcare, we had a health hub here in Port Severn in the community service building next door, as well as Dr. Dr. Karyakavu, I think his name was, who is a psychiatrist, sorry. And the problem that we had was the local residents, the permanent residents, have their health care in Coldwater with their nurse practitioner in Coldwater. We had 3 different doctors there, and there still is, and we all go to them. But the non-permanent residents, who majority of their time come up here on weekends, this health facility was closed on weekends. So it was not getting used. The permanent residents weren't using it because we had our own doctors, and the seasonal residents weren't using it because it wasn't open on the weekends. So it was a massive fail, and this is my point of view. It closed up and disappeared and went away. I truly believe that if the district does come up with some sort of solution to transportation issues that will service our senior population, great. That'll be in addition to whatever we decide to do. But PSW, I've had aging parents, aging in-laws that lived out their lives here in Port Severn. There is PSW service available that'll come in and help with the day-to-day chores within the house. But it is a struggle, and a real struggle, for seniors without driver's licenses to get to doctor's appointments and that kind of stuff. And that's what I would like to support, and that's what I'd like to see come out of all this conversation, is that there would be some sort or a combination of methods that treat our senior population to get the healthcare needs that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I think it's a lovely idea, but it's a big dream. I'm still a resident of Toronto because my GP's in Toronto. I'm not going to find a GP in Collingwood. I'm not going to find a GP up here. The chances of us attracting somebody of the kind of quality as an RN, I think, is slim to non-existent these days, given the demand from places that are larger communities and probably more desirable. They're having trouble finding this type of staffing. I can't believe that when somebody moves up here, whatever age they're at, they can't understand that if they get older and they need medical assistance, they aren't going to find it up here, and that should be one of the considerations they have when they move here in the first place. It's unfortunate, but I think it's a fact of life. Medical facilities are slim for us in this area. We got to go to Midland, not where our tax money goes to in Muskoka. Maybe we can work something out with the hospital in Midland, which would be nice. Again, I think it's a great idea. I just don't think it's practical. I don't see that anything happening no matter what we try and do here. I love the idea, but I just don't see anything coming of it. Thank you.
Sure, why not? I'm looking at the resolution, and I think that the way the resolution is worded, I could support it because it's really directing staff to investigate the matter and come up with recommendations. So when we look at, the now therefore, it's like council consider possibility of hiring. Fine, that's something staff's going to look into. Staff is going to seek funding support for the District of Muskoka. And then we're going to look into partnering with things like LifeLab. So, I mean, I think basically what I see this resolution is an opportunity for some additional research that would give us an opportunity to make a decision going forward. I don't think we're at that point yet, but I think the idea of a resolution to do some research makes sense, and I would support it.
Thank you. I love the idea of us hiring a nurse. I just don't think it's realistic or practical, unfortunately. And yes, I do recall next door having a medical office, equipment donated by a Severn resident, not a Georgian Bay Township resident, as it turns out, on Gloucester Pool, the Hoovers. And the challenges that were faced at that time, not the least of which are, as you pointed out, Councillor Bocek, that many of the people in this area already had a doctor in Coldwater, and the folks from Toronto, they had the option. I mean, apparently one of the options was they could sign up with the nurse practitioner, but in order to do that, based on provincial regulations, they had to give up their GP in the big city, and nobody was going to do that because that's the way I don't know if those provincial regulations have changed. Okay, I think that one thing is that I think it was Councillor Predko mentioned the paramedicine program. Muskoka paramedics have been doing the paramedicine program over the last few years. I mean, it started during the COVID period, where they are making house visits and to identified vulnerable people who are, and they've considered a huge success. Because what they basically have done by visiting these people often on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis is they've cut back significantly on the 911 calls. Because what happens with many of these folks is their meds are no longer at the right balance, or they've made a change to their diet that's having a consequence they didn't foresee, and they don't, nothing happens until they collapse or feel really ill, and then they call 911. But the paramedic goes in and does a checkup on them and say, oh, by the way, do you know your blood sugar levels are going up or down, or this level or that level? You can tell I'm not a doctor. And we're able to make adjustments to their care that prevented them from getting into that emergency state, weeks or months down the road. So I'm also very concerned that it is not part of our municipal mandate to provide health care. The district, it does have that mandate to the degree that it's been delegated to them from the province in some cases, like the paramedics, for instance. So I absolutely support the idea of asking staff to look into options. But I'm quite sure that the suggestion of hiring a part-time nurse and getting the district to fund us to do the work is not going to happen. I love the idea of doing something with Hauser Pharmacy and MacTier as a partner, because I think my read is they would be very interested in supporting this. But I also think we have to look. I have no idea how much paramedicine was done for the residents in MacTier, let alone this area, because I haven't seen any report of where their addresses were. But I think it's well worth exploring that we should see what we can do to support our residents who are, may I say, transportation challenged, because many of them are, and many of them who are transportation challenged do have, well, we all have medical needs of varying degrees. And so I think this is an opportunity for us and through our staff to explore what options there may be to provide additional medical support to our residents in our area. And I'm not sure what exactly we'll find, but I think it's something worth looking into. Because what I find, for instance, it's just one example. The district has talked about removing the ambulances from MacTier, but parking a paramedic SUV in MacTier. Well, there's a perfect opportunity, instead of that paramedic just sitting at some corner somewhere waiting for the call, that paramedic could be making visits. And the visit could be interrupted or not happen because all of a sudden an emergency call makes perfect sense. But to me, we might have a perfect opportunity to provide additional support, especially in the north end of town. And we chase and say to the district, well, what about parking a paramedic in Port Severn? And then I think that might be a very viable way of providing some of this service. I really do. My comments. I don't know how many hands are old or new. I think Councilor Graziano, I saw your hand up before anybody else for round two, so I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. A few things to comment on, if I may. First and foremost, the intent of this was to be a pilot. So was hoping that staff would do the the research on what options we could leverage and at what costs, and then pilot it to see what type of engagement we had by the community. And then from there, assess whether or not we wish to continue this program on an ongoing basis. There's a couple concerns I have. I think we're conflating the request with other initiatives by other with our upper tier parent. The paramedicine program has yet to be enacted. It's not officially launched. It's not happening yet. And from my understanding, the paramedics rather, that would be supporting this initiative cannot prescribe prescriptions, cannot alter, prescriptions that have already been prescribed. They're limited in what they can offer people. This is not a request for a PSW who would go in and bathe an elderly person. Rather, it is more medical in focus. The intent would be to have the nurse focus on things that would help alleviate our 911s, our hospitals, and would help alleviate, the demand for a GP, which, as it stands right now, I have to wait a week before I get an appointment with my doctor. And if I could get a expedited look at, because I have a flu, maybe I have COVID, and a prescription to go home with, that would help alleviate some of the burden here. I'm also not a person that is negative. I don't believe in the word we can't. Rather, I believe we can, and we can collectively make things happen. Whether it's a part of our municipal mandate to offer it or not, we can offer it. And we can go ahead and engage in the service of a traveling nurse. And as a HR practitioner, recruiter by discipline, I know that there are traveling nurses out there that do this. This is their job. They are consultants. They would rather work as a traveling nurse than in a hospital or in a static position. Yes, they bill more, likely relative to what you would pay a nurse in a hospital setting. But at the same time, you have the convenience of them coming to you and doing what you need them to do. So I think it's simply investing in the effort of recruitment to find them and or researching them, getting a consultant here, and then setting up the program for success rather than failure, as Councillor Bocek had suggested with previous iterations of what was in the past. I also question how long ago was this and how much has our municipality changed relative to the years that these people were previously in in Port Severn. So with that said, I think the initiative is sound, hence the reason why I moved it. I've got people asking for it in schools. I've got constituents asking for the flexibility of having a traveling nurse come to their home because of the weather that they're enduring and just having the accessibility to healthcare real time. And then of course with our seasonal cottagers, if something were to happen up here, they could essentially leverage the nurse while they're staying up here to address whatever it is that they need to address, as long as it doesn't require any additional review by a doctor. So that's the intent. That was the hopes. Hopefully this passes and staff will come back with a report on what they were able to find in this context and how we can make magic happen and bring healthcare back to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
All very admirable, but I think we're spitting into the wind, and I think it's a waste of staff's time. So I don't think we should be passing this time. Thank you.
C.O. Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Just a comment also based on Councillor Hazelton's comment that, the resolution is pretty straightforward. It's not. It involves quite a fair bit of effort. I mean, it's a great idea in concept, but really before we dive into pursuing something that in reality is quite complex in nature, healthcare really is in the district's wheelhouse. And it would be wise to conduct a needs assessment, I'd say, to accurately determine the healthcare requirements of the elderly population and even the population at large. This would really ensure that the proposed solutions are tailored to the specific needs of the community and are not based on assumptions. For example, most of our road access ratepayers are within 15 to 30 minutes of general healthcare, nurse practitioners or doctors. There are offices based out of Coldwater, Midland. I use a nurse practitioner in Coldwater, for example, or Parry Sound for the north, all less than half an hour. But the reality is that due to most basic amenities being located outside of our township, requiring our residents to have personal transportation at hand anyway, what's the cost benefit of administering a traveling nurse and blood collection service, which leads to my next point, which is the financial implications of hiring a traveling part-time nurse. So assuming we can even find one, and I'm sure there's lots in Toronto, not sure how many there'll be around here, but and then we're administering a partnership with an organization like Life Labs and modifying township buildings, because we do have to accommodate these new service levels. We've got to modify township buildings to accommodate nursing stations needs to be thoroughly analyzed and requires a lot of time and effort, especially when designing and outfitting office space for a healthcare professional. So, for a file that's as complex and fundamental as this, Council should be considering this type of significant venture and direction as part of its strategic plan. This isn't just a simple decision here. This is pretty broad sweeping for the township. Around half our ratepayers are water access only. Do we budget for this type of service delivery across the water as well? It's just one example of a potential ramification to this broad-ranging service. So without a clear understanding of the long-term costs, committing to this initiative, it may strain our budget, that's for sure. But I also have a concern from a staff workload and capacity perspective, because it sounds simple on paper. It's not. The district has departments dedicated to something like this. Given the existing workload and the priorities that we have, it's probably more effective to wait until staff can devote the necessary attention to thoroughly plan and execute the proposal. And bringing back a report, one that is meaningful at least, in October is not feasible as things stand now. What I would propose, possibly, is that Council let staff add this item to our work plan in the same manner as we did the affordable housing, and allow staff to keep this on the radar through various engagement opportunities, like we have done with affordable housing. It's going to be a multi-year process, but at least it's there. We can see if there are any synergies as we look at relationships with a district, and pardon the pun, but who knows, maybe we can house a mobile nurse in our affordable housing complex.
Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, Greg, for your comments. I do understand what you're saying. I feel that if the committee of the whole it does not endorse this and have a report come back, and I can understand that report could take quite some time, and I'm not opposed to that. But if it does fail at the committee of the whole here, I certainly, as your district representative, would speak to Mrs. Sandy Carnes at the Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit, and I would speak on behalf of the township at the Health Services Board, which I sit as a board member, and see if there's any interest at the district of getting involved, or certainly getting their opinion on how this would move forward, because it was their impetus that brought us the health hub to begin with. And I really do think that the staffing levels and the responsibility of healthcare that has been downloaded from the province to the district is my responsibility to take the township's position to district and advocate on part of the township to bring Mr. Graziano's wishes to fruition. So this is a long process. I went through it. I understand it. I deal with it on a daily basis at the Health Services Committee with other Lake of Bays and everything else. Everybody's looking at ways to improve. So I don't want this to die. I think this is very, very important for our senior residents. And I would like to see this progress through the committee of the whole, have a report brought back to us that maybe I could take up to district and pursue. But I have to have the consensus from our council and our staff that that is what you want me to do, because it's a long process for me at district and a lot of engagement with people at district in order to facilitate something like this. So it's my obligation. It's what I was put on district to do. It's why I'm on the Health Services Board. So I'm willing to help in any way I can. And besides that, I'm becoming a senior who's needing more health care every day. So I'm very well aware of what's coming down the road. And I would say one thing, and I would ask Councillor Pretko here to help me with this because of his knowledge working with the City of Toronto with the paramedicine. I believe that these folks are able to prescribe, change prescriptions, alter prescriptions, and really add a service to our community. But if I could, through the process of ask Councillor Pretko to elaborate on what he knows of his 7 years with the ambulatory service in Toronto.
Councillor Pretko.
Paramedics can administer medication and make changes in consultation with a doctor at a hospital.
Thank you for that.
You know, as we're having this discussion, I thought of a couple other things that I think might be considered as we go forward in all this. One is a conversation with our First Nations neighbors, because they have health offices, how they're staffed and supported. I honestly can't tell you, but they do have that. The second is, I remember my father-in-law lived in a senior's home, and there was actually a father and daughter doctor team, and they came in for half a day, or one of them came in for half a day. I think it was every second week. I think it was Tuesday mornings, but that doesn't matter in my discussion. Is that they actually, let me call it, made a house call to the building, and people knew that they could get an appointment in the building that particular period. And I'm just wondering if we were to contact doctors in Coldwater or Perry Sound or Midland or what have you, whether or not that would be another option of seeing whether or not they would be enough, I'll call it business for them, to make semi-regular visits to Port Severn or to MacTier, as I say, every second Tuesday morning, or whatever it is. I have no idea, but that might be another avenue to consider. Because we know that those doctors have patients in the area. All right, I'm going to go back to Councillor Graziano, and then we'll decide whether we read the motion as is or something different. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of comments. So what's interesting is that Coldwater, as we've come to understand, has a nurse practitioner, and they are a lower tier municipality. Perry Sound, of course, clearly has the required healthcare in order to support their communities. But if we were to draw a parallel, I think Coldwater would be a good example because Simcoe would be their upper tier parent, and they have the support there. For the record, it takes me 15 minutes from my property on Sanctuary Road to get to the 400, and then another 35 minutes from the 400 to get to Coldwater. And that's assuming that I was able to acquire an appointment with a doctor. So I don't think that we have in any direction within our municipality a 20-minute drive to healthcare. Rather, I can say that mine would be 50 minutes at best if I was able to acquire a doctor's appointment in Coldwater. If I had to go to Midland, of course, that would then grow much longer. I want to make mention to a comment that was stated here that we're pissing in the wind, quote unquote. I personally feel that a statement like that is very insensitive to the aging population within our community. You know, there are people that do require healthcare in our community and they're not getting it. And I think that that is quite insensitive. And in fact, I got a text message to that point advising that it was quite insensitive in that there are people that desperately need the help and are getting it by Métis 3 times a week right now in our community because they can't get to a doctor in time. I also want to request this be a registered vote. I think that our constituency should understand who supports healthcare in our community and who doesn't, or excuse me, within council and who doesn't. And then lastly, I strongly feel that if this is going to get buried in a waiting list, a staff waiting list, then it just doesn't make any sense. The intent of this motion was to look for solid solutions in the immediate future, and I don't mean tomorrow, but I also mean by mid-2025 or the end of 2025. There's a lot to look into, and yes, there's a lot of moving parts with a lot of different levels of government, but our constituents should not be left waiting and waiting and waiting for these different levels of government to come together and figure things out. Rather, we should be trying to do what we can do to help them out in the interim until the dust settles and everything is finalized. So that's the intent of this. Again, I'm requesting a registered vote. Thank you.
Okay, I understand you got to ask for a recorded vote, and I will read the motion. But I think it's unfair of you to suggest that if somebody doesn't vote in favor of this, that they're not concerned about healthcare in our township, because this is a very specific motion. So I think in fairness, somebody could vote against this and be very concerned about healthcare services in our township.
Let our constituents see it as they wish.
Excuse me, what was
Let our constituents see this as they wish.
that? Fair enough.
Thank you.
All right, I have moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Predko. Whereas the absence of a local healthcare service poses a significant barrier to the health and well-being of the elderly in the township of Georgian Bay. And whereas the closest hospital or doctor's office is roughly 45 minutes away, making regular medical attention challenging for residents. Now therefore be it resolved that council consider the possibility of hiring a part-time registered nurse or consultant to be on site at a frequency suggested by staff within different municipal buildings throughout the month and to provide in-home visits as necessary. And that council direct staff to seek further funding support from the District of Muskoka to sustain the proposed healthcare initiatives. And that council directs staff to consider partnering with an organization such as Life Labs to be on site with the nurse to acquire blood samples and other testing for further lab analysis. And that should council request a report from staff on the viability of such recommendations, that staff return back to council with the report no later than October 2024 council meeting. Madam Clerk.
Is there an opportunity to modify the resolution to give more time to staff, because I think we're loading up staff a little bit front heavy here coming into the fall. I'm just wondering if we change that date to maybe January the 1st, if it would be more palatable, if that would be suitable.
The mover and the seconder would have to agree to that modification.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Let the record show a recorded vote was requested by Councillor Graziano. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Pretko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Sure.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yay. Yay.
Let the record show the motion carries.
All right, thank you. In-house legal counsel consultant, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. This is really a motion to focus on cost efficiencies. We've come to learn that in 2023, we spent roughly $420,000 in legal fees for the year. Subsequent to yesterday's council meeting, I had inquired with our treasurer as to what we are currently spending or where we are. We have effectively spent $542,000, not basing it on any changes from today if we've received any legal bills, which is a 29% increase from the previous year. Now, we understand where the increase is likely coming from. We do also have additional phases in a long-term working relationship with some of the actors that have caused the increase of legal fees. And as a result, I thought maybe perhaps it'd be prudent to revisit the discussion of hiring in-house legal counsel, a counselor that can do majority of the heavy lifting up until perhaps trial, meaning any negotiations, any letters back and forth, any pre-trial discovery, anything and everything up until the point where we actually need a litigator that might be a subject matter expert in that particular area. Initially, I thought perhaps we would look for a generalist that had more of a bias towards planning, but in consideration, I think general litigation would be likely an interesting option. As an alternative, the notion of perhaps hiring a paralegal who would be on staff and not an in-house counselor under the auspices of perhaps a retained counselor that can give direction to that paralegal and essentially approve what is being submitted would also be an alternative, which could essentially effectively save us a substantial amount of money relative to what we're paying in costs right now. So with that said, let's open it up and let's see whether or not we wish to consider this as an option.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And generally, I'm in favor of looking for ways to be more efficient in our spending. So that'd be my general comment. But I'm sure nobody wants to hear history, but I do recall following this township, a number that I heard in 2 or 3 years in a row, which our legal expenses were $68,000 and then $72,000, going back around 10 years ago. And now we're up at the number we're talking about. It's really quite shocking. And I think we have to do something about it. And one of the ways we could perhaps do that is to see what we can do to realign how we go to market for legal consulting services. So I would support that. This is a huge number that we're up against these days. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I take a different approach to this, and I think it's really a change in our practices at council that are going to save us the most amount of money. And by saying this, what I mean is when we go into litigation, we tend to ask a lawyer what our chances are of winning. What do you think they're going to say? You don't stand a chance. Well, they're not going to get our retainer or our money. They're certainly going to say, oh, you stand a very good chance of winning this case. So as a council, we move ahead and we give them the authorization to go spend a ton of money and defend us and lose. Previous councils, a lot of time, council didn't take a position. They took no position. And that seemed to really curve the amount of legal expenses that we incurred at the township. And folks that were on, councillors that were on previous terms of council will know that we took that stance quite a bit, where the township did not take a position and we let it play out on its own. So, well, I agree, our expenses have gone through the roof, our legal expenses have gone through the roof. I think the driving factor on that is this council, more than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pretko, I did see your hand. Oh. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I agree, you know, we have astronomical legal bills. That's a concern. And I think perhaps this is one of those trading opportunities too, to review, you know, some, and we'd have to do this in closed obviously, but some of the decisions we've made and what impact that had and were they the right decisions. I did in advance talk to a couple of lawyers who are city solicitors for mid-sized municipalities from about 60 to 70,000 population to 100,000 population. And the feedback was that the roles and responsibilities for in-house counsel was bylaw revision, providing advice to council, bylaw enforcement, process serving, and adjudication. And for those sizes of organizations, that role was a half-time job. That everything that was to do with litigation was outsourced, and the justification was that it was too complicated for a municipal lawyer to get involved occasionally on a matter that had high stakes for the municipality. And their thoughts were that a litigator wouldn't want to piecemeal work with somebody local to pick up what they had already started. They would basically want to take the file from beginning to end. And they would also be very unlikely to want to work in a remote community. They would want to be working in a large firm in Toronto where they've got multiple cases that they could be working on at the same time. I think the advice was the best opportunity was somebody who was retiring and wanted to work part-time up their cottage. And so that's the feedback. So, you know, I think it's an admirable idea to try to see how we can outsource this, but I think the feedback that I've gotten is that that's just not how city solicitors will work from a legal litigation perspective. We might just wind up having a part-time person on staff, but we're still paying for a third-party litigator when we need somebody to do a piece of litigation, and especially for those times when we want to have somebody who has dealt with a particular type of file. So I would not see that this is an opportunity that's going to work in our benefit in the short term. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
I will refrain from using the same term I used for the last motion. But I think that I don't see this going very far. I guess I would be curious to know if we can determine if there's any savings to bringing in somebody in-house. I mean, we have access to counsel. We've used that access to counsel. And then we have gone outside of that counsel to find other people to defend or litigate in a manner that we see needs to be done. And that's different from having in-house. We'd have to have a whole team for some of the things, the very various things we've had to deal with over the years. If by way of this motion, we can sort of get a handle on whether there are cost savings to doing this, having this type of in-house counsel, great. But again, I see that as staff taking on a project that's going to preclude other stuff that we need to get done. And I don't really see it going anywhere. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, did you want to weigh in?
Why, sure. Thank you for asking. I like the idea. In my perfect world, if we were to bring in in-house legal counsel, that legal counsel would be open and receptive to other more senior legal counsels to assist on matters that are beyond their strength. And when I look at what we have been doing, and if I frame it the way JLR worked for us, we paid about 3 times for the external planning consultant that compared to what it would be in-house. And we still reached out and got other experts from time to time. So from my perspective, I think this is a different tack than we have taken recently, ever, I think. And I think that the majority of, we'll call it the low-hanging fruit, could be handled by the in-house. But it would be key for me that that in-house counsel would be open and receptive to working with other experts that are available to the township to bring that other expertise that is needed on critical matters. So I think the overall result would be a reduced cost than what we're experiencing today, and probably better overall expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. A friend of mine worked as a in-house legal counsel for a municipality significantly larger than ours. Of course, most municipalities are quite a bit larger than ours, but it's significantly larger. And he explained to me, and this is prior to this resolution, I'm talking about a conversation that I had with him a year or so ago when he was considering for the 3rd time whether or not he was going to retire. That he was doing a lot of routine legal work for that municipality. You know, it's like, for instance, here we use lawyers for some of the things like the shore road allowance and all our planning agreements and all that stuff. There's some routine stuff that's being done. He did a lot of that. He also said that anytime it got, I think he used the word feisty, but okay, anytime it got interesting, he definitely farmed it out to somebody else because he didn't want to go back to court and fight these things out when there was a fight. He was happy to go to court when it was relatively routine. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know how we're going to keep an in-house legal counsel busy enough, because even when we've had relatively expert counsel representing us in certain cases, we as a council, we're using the word council and council a little too often here, but we as a group on more than one occasion in the past have suggested that CO Mariotti find somebody more specifically qualified for a particular challenge. And I think if we had somebody in-house, we'd be doing that as well, is that we'd say, okay, this fellow or gal did the homework, but now we want somebody else to do the representation at the OLT or wherever it might be. And based on what I've seen here before, that whoever we hire then to supplement, if I can use that word, our in-house, will probably start from scratch at the beginning of the file because they want to get full understanding of what's going on. And so therefore there'll be a certain duplication before they get up to the point that they are actually taking the file further. I'm skeptical, maybe that's the wrong word, or doubtful that we'd find somebody who would earn their keep given our challenges and given what we'd be asking to do and how often we would ask that the file get escalated to somebody with greater expertise in a particular area. I mean, typically, many of our cases involve planning. We know of a number of files in the past number of years where it's been contested at the OLT level, and we've spent a great deal of money on legal counsel because we, as a council, whether it's this term or prior terms, doesn't matter, decided that it was worth the fight. In hindsight, we may or may not agree with the decision. That doesn't matter. That's at the time we decided it was worth the fight because our residents wanted that. So I find difficulty imagining where hiring an in-house legal counsel would actually be effective use of our money to add that extra staff member to our complement of staff. And now we'll start a second round, and I see Councillor Vocek, Graziano, and Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. It's a very complex issue we have here, but I have a couple of questions. What percentage of our dollars spent are planning oriented? And what percentage of the dollars we spend are at the OLT? Okay, so my 10 years here says that the only time I know of dollars being spent on legal fees is for one of the two, either a planning matter or an OLT appeal. I don't think we have a lot of lawsuits and everything else that we're dealing with on a regular basis. That being said, all of those costs are being driven by the decisions that are being made at this table. All of them. So I think the system is broken. We have an OLT system which is provincially run, which doesn't use a judge, it uses an adjudicator. Why do we have lawyers representing both sides? Why isn't there planners representing both sides if it's adjudicator and not a judge? I don't know. The system seems to be broken to me. Lawyers cost a lot of money. We have in-house staff that could be dealing with this stuff. So my suggestion is maybe before we go off half-cocked and decide we're going to spend $500,000 on legal fees, we should get a recommendation in closed session from our planning department on what we believe our chances are of being successful. We have great expertise here that know the system. And I truly believe that if we were to sit down and say, okay, we have this deal at such and such development that we want to go and appeal or we want to challenge, there is a percentage whether we know we're going to win or not and whether it's worth spending the money or not. And we got to get to that point as far as I'm concerned. So at this point here, I think there's a lot of conversations to be had because I don't think the conversations have really played themselves out. Maybe in-house is the idea. Maybe it's not the right idea. I don't know. But from my experience and what I see at the district with in-house solicitors, I think we need to control the amount of cases that we take to the OLT. And perhaps, and this isn't going to sit nicely with a lot of newer counselors, but a lot of newer counselors like to appease their constituents by saying, oh, we're going to fight for you and we know we're going to lose. But for maybe votes in the election or to appease the people that voted for you, I'm a victim of it in my first term. We need to be more responsible in the way we spend our constituents' tax dollars, and I think we haven't been responsible, and we've been trying to look like shining heroes to our constituents by backing them when we have absolutely no possibility of winning in a court of law. So those are my opinions, whether you care to take them as something with validity or not, but that's just what I've seen from my experience here over the years, and I don't think we're doing a very good job as a council of determining what we should take to court, what we should represent at the OLT, or whether we should just say, okay, we made a bad decision and it isn't worth spending the money, let the people get what they want. And we're going to have to get to that point eventually. So that's all I have to say on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of points here that I'd like to make based on other councillors' comments. I think Councillor Bocek initially in his initial comment hit the nail on the head in that we get sold by our solicitors that we should take this down the river and litigate because that's what they need to do. They need to keep up their billable hours. And as a result, we then go fight the fight because our solicitor says, hey, yeah, you got a great chance of winning, as to paraphrase Councillor Bocek. One, I think of the differences that in-house counsel is going to bring is a realistic perspective of what we're going to win and what we're not going to win, because they're not biased towards billable hours. They're not there trying to put their kids into private school by way of our revenue coming through their law firms and them making, partners at their senior law firms. So with that said, I personally feel that in-house counsel is going to give you a much clearer perspective as to whether or not we have chances of winning or not, and the probability of us doing so. Secondly, there was a statement with regards to Councillor Predko referring to his solicitor colleagues that he had consulted with, and I want to draw attention to the fact that he kept reiterating the word solicitor, solicitor, solicitor. And that is correct. Based on his definition of what their job responsibilities were, a solicitor very much is responsible for more administrative stuff. Based on a Google search, the main difference is that a barrister defends people in court through effective public speaking and advocacy, while a solicitor does legal work outside of court. And so the question here is, we're not looking to hire a solicitor who's just going to do general administrative stuff for our municipality. Rather, we're looking to hire a barrister, someone who's going to litigate, someone who's been in the ring before, someone that isn't going to pass the hot potato over when, it's a zero-sum game and it's either going to be win or lose. Rather, we're looking for someone that's got the chops to be able to go the distance and say, look, not only will I do the administrative stuff because that is part of the role, but push comes to shove, I'll see it through if in the event that it's an area that doesn't require a very, very, very focused specialist. Okay. Next thing is I want to draw to the attention of everyone that this is a one-year contract. And so essentially at the end of the contract, we can quantify what cost savings this person has brought to our municipality. I don't see any harm in doing that. If we save $10, we've saved. If we've saved $100,000, we've saved. At the end of the day, we can quantify the results and the performance by way of what we've spent this year versus what we've spent with that particular in-house counselor, and whether or not we see a net difference. And if that difference is favorable to the municipality, well then, hey, we've done our jobs as counselors and we've saved the taxpayer money. Lastly, what I've gone and done is I've gone and taken the current amount of money that we've spent versus what it would cost us based on an average. And I've come up with the cost of the total amount of hours of 619 hours. So if we were to take our total spend, and let me just get the calculator open again, so bear with me because it was open here. If we were to take our total amount of spend for this year, and we're to divide it on an average of $600 per hour, of which what we likely pay for a solicitor. Now, senior solicitors likely get more. Thank you, barrister. Correction, that's correct. What we pay our litigators. I'm going to say that our senior litigators are charging us a little bit more, but then we likely receive some cost efficiencies through their junior associates. So let's say we were to average that by $600 an hour, and we were to divide our total spend, we have 903 hours total litigation hours or total legal hours. Now we add on top of that, I'm going to say 150 to 200 hours for that internal counselor to speak to counsel and present to council. So we're looking at a total of roughly 1,200 total hours. The average private sector employee works a total of 2,000 hours a year. So if we are looking at 1,200 hours currently as it is, we have a delta of 800 hours, or a difference of 800 hours, which we likely are going to get consumed by way of having the solicitor, or excuse me, the barrister rather, here to be able to provide legal advice on the fly to any one of our staff members when they need it as well. So when it comes to the question as to whether or not we'll get our mileage out of this person, based on my initial calculations, I would say yes, we'd likely absorb their time and do so relatively easily. I don't think that we'd be looking at them sitting there twiddling their thumbs. But if that was the case and were concerned, we could also open up this person as a shared service model to perhaps other municipalities if in the event that we wanted to do so. So just my comments and some quick math to help, tell us where we should be.
Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I still support the concept of examining something like this. I will say that I think we have to think, as the expression goes, outside of the box. I don't think there's one magic answer at the moment that we've been able to identify, other than maybe we need to look at our legal expenses, 600,000 or 500,000 a year, and say to ourselves, what kind of solution could we use? One of them might be an in-house barrister, might be a in-house solicitor, or maybe it's a paralegal. Maybe the paralegal could be in-house, and we pair that with 2 or 3 different barristers who do work for us on the planning side of things, the OLT side of things, or maybe at dealing with other legal matters, depending on the kind of work that has to be completed. There might be some labor law issues that come up from time to time, so you need a labor lawyer. It's a completely different game. So I just suggest that we examine this from the perspective of not having a preconceived notion that we just have one particular solution. We need to look at it in a sort of broader way and try and narrow it down. And I think it would be helpful if we had some feedback from our Director of Finance and our CAO and our Mayor, who could maybe look at this from the perspective of developing 2 or 3 scenarios and see what makes the most sense. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. I'd like to see us at least examining the merits of this. We're talking about a lot of money we're spending at the moment. So let's see if we can spend less and do it more efficiently. Thank you.
Shall we let Councillor Pretko make a remark, and then I'll go to you, CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that lawyers in Ontario are both solicitors and barristers. There's not really a distinction in Ontario. It is primarily just a label that is given to a position, as I think noted, that city solicitor is the common term for a lawyer that's in-house with a municipality. And I really just want to reiterate that I don't think it's really realistic that we're going to hire somebody for the number of hours of work that we have that's going to have experience enough to know what's winnable and what's not winnable. We're going to be most likely hiring a recent grad who has not had very much litigation experience and is maybe more familiar with administrative solicitor type tasks than litigation. And I think that's going to put us back to a position where we're hiring external counsel. And keep in mind that, when we hire somebody from a large firm, they also have clerks and administrative staff that are backing them up that we don't have internally. So we don't really know what additional workload we might be taking on administratively that the lawyer isn't willing or interested in doing, and that might be a deterrent from them from taking a position like this.
Thank you. COA Mariotti.
I just wanted to put some context into the cost based on Councillor Bocek's remarks. And, you know, we're up to 380,000 on one litigation alone. So, you know, going back to the decisions that we make, you know, they can have quite an impact. And to say that we got sold on this litigation, I would be careful with that comment. I think we all went in with our eyes wide open.
Sorry. Thank you. I have a few comments. I'm a little bit, no, let me rephrase this. I've noticed that we've had a couple of different discussions here, whether or not we're hiring a litigator, a barrister, a solicitor, a paralegal, because we've had a couple of different angles. I couldn't help but do a little math when Councillor Graziano suggested that the potential litigator or barrister that we might hire, based on experience to date, might have spent, you know, 800 or 900 hours. We might have hired for 800 or 900 hours, and then suggested that and maybe this individual will spend 200 hours a year speaking with counsel. 200 hours a year is 4 hours a week, which is 16 hours a month, which is roughly our total counsel time each month if you take 2 full days. So my comment is, if we're hiring this person and we expect to hear from them for 2 full days a month, then we don't have time for anything else, or we're going to 4 days a month worth of council meetings. I also question that if we hired a litigator type lawyer, whether or not it was somebody relatively fresh out of school or somebody approaching retirement, if they were a litigator and they are hired for a year, they're going to try to prove their worth. And I think they'd be at least as likely as any other litigator outside this township to want to justify their salary by keeping busy, and therefore may have even more interest in debating in front of a member of the OLT or in front of a judge or something like that, because that's how they're earning their living, is through litigation. So I think that if we were to hire a litigator, we would be seen as a township that's setting out for a fight. No, let me rephrase that. Setting out for many fights, because how else are we going to keep a litigator busy? I hope it's not going to be spending 2 full days a month speaking to counsel. And so I have real concern with that. I can imagine more, I have a little easier time imagining a paralegal, but then again with the paralegal, how much work are we going to be able to give that paralegal? Because I can't tell you whether or not next year, 2025, we're going to be fighting 3 or 4 big fights or none, or maybe 3 little fights. I have no idea, because those come and go. And we know, if we look at our legal expenses over the last half dozen years, I'm sure that we'd find ups and downs. Some years are heavier and some years are lighter. And so I find myself, whether or not we're imagining a litigator, or whether or not we're imagining a paralegal, or whether or not we're imagining somebody with a, I'll call it multi-purpose, many hats type role, we're going to find ourselves still requiring outside support for some of our cases. And not sure how we're going to keep that person employed full time. Thank you. Councillor Graziano, back to you.
Thank you. I have a question for staff, and sorry to put you on the spot, Treasurer, but can you advise what was the 2022 total cost for legal? And perhaps maybe while you're looking, maybe 2021 as well.
through you, Mayor Coutier, I'll look that up and I'll provide that.
Thank you. I'm curious to see what the increases have been year over year, and how much we've been spending year over year. At the current trajectory that we're on, I don't think that this is sustainable for the municipality. I don't think it's financially prudent or responsible for the taxpayer. And as a result, I think we have to look at alternative ways of saving money while being able to still position ourselves in a way that protects our municipality. I mean, the only way that I can see us saving money is by allowing development to happen with under the fear that we are going to continue to be litigated against, and as a result, not pursue our best interests at OLT or the courts. So I'm curious, did our treasurer happen to pull that information yet? No? Okay. Let me know when you.
Councilor Cooper.
Or we make changes to our official plan that will address our concerns why we're in constant litigation with our residents. So I think maybe by reviewing our official plan, we'll find pieces in there that directly relate to litigation matters in the past that we can identify and say, an ongoing issue year after year after year since 2014 has been this, and the result of it is this section of the official plan that needs to be modified so we don't continue year after year spending the monies on the legal fees. So I don't think it's a matter of opening it up and just let everybody build what they want. I think it's a matter of doing our due diligence, looking at our official plan, which is now 10 years old, and finding where the discrepancies are and why we're spending so much money on legal fees, and what is the repetitiveness of doing this over and over and over again when we could make a change to stop it. So I'll just leave it at that.
You have your microphone on.
We have learned along the way here that if we, either our planning council or our committee of adjustment, goes against the recommendation from our planning staff, that we're going to pay, and we have. That's really what it comes down to. So the other solution is we get a recommendation from our staff, we have a big rubber stamp and we say approved. Sorry, but that's the truth.
Well, I think we have to recognize, and I don't want to go off into this tangent too far, I think we have to recognize that planning staff are interpreting the official plan and zoning bylaw that are in front of them. And sometimes we are making, I'll call it a political vote versus a recognizing where we're at vote. And I think that, to Councillor Bochek's point, part of our official plan and zoning bylaw review should be how do we make sure it's more consistent with the values that we and our residents would like to see in those documents. Yeah. Ms. Radigan, we filled up enough time?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I apologize about the slow system. In 2022, our legal costs were about $378,000, and in 2021, they were about $373,000.
So we've seen substantial increases since from 2021 to 2023 to 2025. We've seen a progressive increase. Out of curiosity, between 2023 and 2022, What was the percentage difference? If you can do the quick calculation, thank you. I would have done it on my calculator, but I'd have to call it up. So you're probably, we're looking at another 20% increase.
Sorry to clarify, did you say 2020?
Between 2023,
2023
which
and
is
2022?
420,000 and some odd change, to 2022, which was 370,000. What was the percentage change?
12-15% maybe.
2023 was 420 some odd thousand.
It's about almost 12-13%.
So, okay. So we're averaging, let's say 15% increase year over year. This year was 28, 29. Last year was 15% from the previous year. Let's split the difference and go, 18%. So we're seeing an 18% increase year over year based on just the fact of cost of doing business within the municipality. And whether we want to equate that to political decisions or not, the fact of the matter is we're seeing increases year over year. And to hedge ourselves, I think looking at an alternative and piloting it for a year is a prudent decision. Let's see what at the end of the year we come back with and what we save, if anything. Worst case scenario, it'll cost us 18% more next year.
All right, shall I call the vote? We've been discussing this for some time. I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay seeks to drive down legal costs and reduce exposure to frivolous and costly claims. And whereas hiring an in-house legal counsel consultant would enable more efficient handling of legal matters and provide immediate access to legal expertise. Now therefore be it resolved that Council consider hiring an in-house legal counsel consultant for a term of 1 year, and staff be directed to present Council with a short list of candidates for the consultant position, and that upon Council's approval of a candidate, the consultant be hired for a term of 1 year with the possibility of renewal based on staff's recommendation, subject to Council's approval based on the consultant's performance and value added to the municipality. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's 3 in favor, 4 against, because I was against, and so that is defeated.